Galactic year 2772. The human diaspora has colonized the stars. On many planets and moons, humans now live among the other denizens of the Milky Way, their pioneering spirit taking them further from the cradle of Earth. This pioneering spirit leads us to the crew of the light salvage freighter, the Solstice. The Solstice is an independent contractor ship not beholden to any corporation whose main line of work is salvaging bids while occasionally taking on some corporate contracts if the mood is right. But all in all, you, the crew, prefer the freedom that come with the independent operations on the fringes of the rim. However, your independence comes at a cost. You lack the resources and financial backing of the corpos, which means you must rely on your wit, grit, and your salvaging acumen and deep knowledge of the Outer Rim. Because of this, you have come to thrive on the adrenaline-fueled high-risk salvages on the fringes of the expanse. Which brings us to the present. You have successfully completed a salvage operation on the derelict colony ship, the GCV August Rush, in the orbit of the gas giant Alicia and the Aetheron system. This job was a godsend, a non-contested salvage bid that you all took a chance on, since no one else wanted to go out this far. The ship's belly only a little over half full, but the estimates are coming in near 750,000 credits. This is a life and ship-changing money, and the Solstice is in need of some love and affection. Where is it? I can't read. I need to turn the light on. Hold on.
Is anybody else hearing Mark as a little muffled?
A little.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hello.
I didn't want to interrupt him.
Still sound muffled?
Are you using your voice modulator?
No, it is off at the moment.
Yeah, you're a little muffled.
I would put the clean mic on. That way you can, your voice is crisper.
It is on clean.
Okay. I don't know.
This is the deep voice.
This is the
Really?
clean mic.
Couldn't tell.
So the clean mic is coming funky?
Yes.
A little bit. Are you sure it's using the correct microphone?
It's not as clear as everyone else.
It's we can understand you. It's a little bit
Stealth microphone 600. That's my...
You sound like a dork with sinus problems.
Let me switch headsets really quick.
I like it how the machine shop and the hospital area are the same. So you could be walking through with rusty materials and be like, "Oh, excuse me. Oh, it's a clean room? Oh, never mind."
Time for a tetanus shot. Oh, shit.
Heard that.
Yeah, she's loud.
Does it still sound shitty?
Oh. Okay.
No, that's much clearer.
Significantly better.
I thought I charged the battery on my Turtle Beaches, but apparently I did not. So I think that's probably what was happening. Were you guys able to hear everything I said before
Yes.
when I read that?
We got the gist of it.
Perfect.
I've already forgotten all the names, though.
It's the colony ship you guys did was the August Rush, and that's really the only thing you need to know. You're in the Aetheron system currently.
What did we do on the August Rush? We scavenged it for parts?
You did. You guys salvaged it for parts.
Okay.
And
Did we make any money off of it?
The salvage you guys took was around 750,000 galactic credits.
Ooh.
Is what you're estimating these parts will be. You guys have salvaged research instruments, a bunch of commodities cargo that was left over and still good. You guys got in on some hydroponic systems that they had on this colony ship. as well as extra fuel and oxygen tanks, batteries, solar panels, reactor fuel pellets, habitat computer modules, structural materials, aluminum, titanium, steel, and carbon composites. So, yeah, this was a really good haul, but it's a very dangerous place where you guys currently are at because it is kind of away from patrolled space. You guys are on the outer fringes.
What was the colony ship one more time?
The GCV August Rush.
And are we
This
heading
is where the
home, or are we going back out to another job?
You guys are currently just finishing the job, so I don't know if you guys showered up. You're getting everything strapped in, ready to go. You guys could be sitting in the galley, getting something to eat when you hear this.
Yeah, where's my galley at? Where's the galley? I'm gonna be in the galley. I'm gonna be cooking something for the crew to eat.
Kays, you're flying, right?
Always.
Okay. I'm up with Kays in the cockpit, manning any online systems.
You guys did hear the chime, right?
No.
Son of a...
I didn't hear a chime.
Yeah, maybe double check with voice mod that your mic switched over right.
Gaming. Yes, gaming.
But I assume that we would be heading to some kind of port where we would sell the goods that we've just salvaged.
Yes, you guys are probably headed back to the main system. Oh, I really hate that.
Oh, I can't wait to get back. Use a shower. A nice, hot, long shower.
I mean, why don't you? We have a shower.
It's not the same. When you're in port, everything is shinier.
I don't see what all the fuss is. Fletcher says that he cracks
need a shower for? You can go
can of
outside.
cloth.
Well, I mean, I'm a mechanic. I probably always need a shower.
Fucking can of cloth.
Did somebody make a joke about Lita?
Yeah.
What did they say?
Something about your quaff.
My quaff?
I'm assuming
No.
that's...
No, quaff. That's the beer that Fletcher drinks. It's the cheapest stuff.
Oh, okay. I had thought maybe that was a. Let's not go there now.
I thought it was getting
Naughty. Don't tell Drake about it.
Are you guys on comms or in the same room?
We're probably all on comms all the time. We all have short-range communications.
I just didn't know if
on the
position
channel.
was important for Mark.
Okay,
For the
what
war
about now?
Oh, I hear it. Oh my god, it sounds like I'm on an airplane. I love it.
This is your captain speaking.
Captain, we are receiving a distress signal. Would you like me to play it on a localized channel, or send it out through the entire ship?
Just send it to the cockpit for now.
Playing message.
These voice changes are gonna really mess with me. I go, who's talking?
Oh. Wait, where's that sound coming from?
Systems failure. Emergency breaches reported in Sector 3. Containment is compromised. We need help immediately. Power levels are low. Energy instability detected.
Oh, Jesus.
We can sustain longer. Coordinates 48.192 102.693 east. If anyone can hear this, please. We're running out of time. Please send help. We're not sure how much longer. On Horizon 3. Desperate need.
Did anyone get a lock on that signal?
Mayday. It's Horizon 3. We're losing control. Repeat, we're losing control.
Right.
That was
Okay.
the end of the message.
Do you have a lock on this signal?
I do. As you could tell, it was a very degraded distress signal. But I managed to patch it together as best as I could, and as per GCIFSS, Federation of Sovereign Systems Joint Regulation 472.A, mandatory response to distress signals on space operations, I have logged and sent response.
Well, good. Coordinates.
Coordinates 48.1932 north, 102.6930 east. Calculating. And you watch as the
astrolabe behind you sort of begins to turn around, and it kind of shifts focus to another larger gas planet, and it pinpoints on a moon.
Shall I set course?
We are obligated to go.
Yeah. As per Galactic Colonies Interstellar Federation of Sovereign Systems Joint Regulation 427A, mandatory response to distress signals and operations. I have logged
Right.
and responded.
I guess I should tell the crew then. I'm open a comms channel. Crew, this is your captain speaking. We have picked up a distress signal and are mandated to find it. Coordinates are input. We are headed in that direction. It's going to be a little bit longer till we touch ground.
Jesus Christ. Is that your son?
No.
Oh. Captain. This is, engineering?
Yes, is there an issue with the engines?
No, the engine should be fine. I just want to, make sure we have enough resources to make it there and back to a port. Like fuel. Can we get a systems check and make sure we're go for this mission?
We're go.
Computer, can you check this?
Maybe there's another ship in the area that's better suited for a job like this.
We're the ship.
Calculating.
We're way out here. I don't think the reason why we got this job is because nobody else wants to be out here.
I'm just saying it's worth a look, isn't it? Isn't it worth a look? I mean, I was really looking forward to that shower.
You human species.
Besides, if our ship breaks down in the middle of space, there'll be 2 wrecks out here and nobody nearby to come save us.
We've got good engineers.
Well, thank you.
I think I should also point out the only 2 humans on the ship are Dr. Dre and Zachariah.
True, I'm not a human.
It's gonna be Dr. Dre forever now.
You're not a humanoid?
I'm a humanoid. But you didn't use the word humanoid.
You all are humanoids except for Rivet and Case.
Alright, I'm sorry. I was waiting for the answer from systems to say whether we could make it.
Captain, I've done the calculations. With the extra reactor pellets and fuel we took in from the August rush, we have more than enough fuel.
Oh, so we spend our loot to go save someone's ass. Okay. It's worth it. Maybe there's some extra loot there.
If they're sending out a signal because their ship's breaking down, that just means another ship to
Fletcher
take
will
down.
get on the line. It's like any lack to investigate emergency
What's more- one more
emergency
salvage ship?
beacons is forfeiture of all shares. You know that, Spox.
So regardless, either we lose some resources or we can potentially gain more. I don't think we
I
have
say
a
it's
choice
worth
in
the
the matter
risk.
either way.
Well, we always have a choice.
Well, it is a hard thing too, because yes, you can ignore it, but also your outdated computer has logged and responded to that. So the signal has been sent out that the solstice is going to be investigating in, sort of to help.
Yeah.
And then
How
that
far do we
handout I
want to
sent
push
out-
this outlaw smuggler thing?
yeah, the handout I put, there's if you scroll down towards the bottom, you'll actually see the regulation and what might happen if you do not comply.
And what's that under?
It should be player introduction. At the very top.
Oh shoot! I was looking at the thing in Discord. Okay, so let me. It's in here.
It also has a transcription of the distress signal. You did notice that there were parts of it that were garbled to the point to where you guys weren't able to fully hear anything, especially some things in the background.
Yes.
As Nova, your on-ship computer tried its best to patch it together to give you guys something to listen to.
Well, if you're gonna just recite the law on me, Fletcher, I guess you're right. I'd rather not go to jail.
Just think about it this way. They're either alive and will be eternally grateful for us arriving, or they're dead and we take whatever they have.
Well, let's hope they're alive.
It's win-win either way for us.
I like the moral grayness of this crew already. Let's go!
Captain, according to my calculations, this should be a 1-week journey towards the moon of Nixara.
Well, who's up for another movie marathon? Flair has one case of one trilogy movie. It's like,
I'm gonna
who wants to
start
watch the
making-
Lord of the Rings Director's Cut Extended Edition again?
For the entire week. Me.
The lasagna will be ready in an hour.
You guys hear Case firing up the ship. As the solstice takes off, making its way towards the moon of Nixara and the distress signal.
Rivet, I hope it doesn't bother you, but when Lita's in the kitchen making food, she sings.
Oh no.
What
it's
what
perfect.
songs does Lita
That's
sing when she?
That's fine with that, Rivet.
I want to say that she favors songs like old style, like 1920s flapper girl songs type stuff.
Oh, nice, vintage. I dig it.
Vintage music.
Speakeasies.
I mean, it must
Yeah.
have just hit Mirith. So it's entirely possible that this new wave of music hit your planet. And you guys have never heard anything like it before.
Human
You know,
music.
stuff
I
off the
like it.
Golden Disc.
Well, I'm not from all planets. I'm a scavenger. What am I?
I didn't make a separate map, so I'm just going
I
to
didn't write it down.
just pull up a picture on here.
Because there's no race. There's no race on your character sheet. So I didn't. Maybe I wrote it on my other character sheet.
Yeah, you're a Mireth.
Thank you. That's what it's called. Yes.
Okay, so after a 1 week journey. If you guys sort of preparing yourself, the doctor is sort of getting everything ready that he knows he might need because of the sounds of gunshots and explosions. There should be some sort of injury happening going on. You guys also heard that there were multiple breaches in subsector 3 and they were losing power.
Wait, did you
system
let me
levels were critical.
clarify one thing, Mark? Were we sure we heard gunshots? Is that like a confirmed fact?
Yes,
was
you
it-
guys did hear gunshots in the background, as well
Okay.
as an explosion.
In the transcript, it recorded gunshots.
Yeah, it wasn't your average distress signal. This wasn't like a captain saying, "Mayday, mayday, we've lost power." It sounded like something was going on. Beyond
They're breaching the outer walls, sort of.
Yeah, so it sounds like something probably, and I'm assuming just as a crew here, we're Sparks, you're in the galley here with me. Let's just spitball what might be going on here. What do you think we might be walking into? If we heard gunshots, hull being breached, explosions, it sounds to me like this ship was attacked, and they were defending themselves against it.
Or they were mutinying against each other because one half the crew wanted to go one way and the other crew wanted to go get showers.
Good thing we don't have those kinds of issues on our ship, right? I'm gonna stick with my evil alien theory rather than mutiny. So, who's our Marine again? Is that Fletcher?
That is Case.
Oh, Case.
It's me.
Hey, Case. You ever deal with a hostile alien species before?
Oh, plenty of times. Anything in specific you wish to ask, or just a broad question?
Case is a hostile alien species.
Yeah, I was going to say, it is the hostile alien race.
I'm gonna scroll through the introduction, but did they say what ship was maydaying?
The Horizon 3.
Horizon's Reach.
Horizon's Reach.
Yep.
It's alright.
Hey, that's the name of the campaign.
It's almost like it was planned.
I'm sure it's not important.
Oh, your dogs are
Well,
really...
she's leaving. You know how it is.
Yeah.
She just needs to get out the door.
In the week that we've been traveling, does our ship have any information on this particular vessel we're going to go find out?
You have asked Nova, and it's been trying to compile data, and it has no knowledge of anything a ship registered as the Horizon's Reach. There doesn't seem to be any information on it at all.
Is there anything I can do with my computer skills in scanning, the space, where we're headed? Be on the lookout for things.
Yeah, give me. Why don't you just give me? Let me actually look here.
Or that, or just like trailing of like a ship getting away, or if a battle had happened, or pings like a sonar ping that you would see in underwater. What was that, Mark?
I'm looking at your skills to see what could be. Why don't you give me just a computer's check, since that seems to be the only thing that sort of applies to it.
Okay, so I'm going to click on computers and assume that it's going to do it.
It'll ask you questions.
Okay, normal. You said with advantage, right?
Nope, this is not a hacking check.
No, why would it do that?
It's going to ask you what stat, so you have to ask the DM what attribute, probably intellect.
Intellect on the attribute?
Yep. You'll be going with your intellect.
And just remember the sheet on the Roll20 is different from the version 2 sheet.
Yeah, the new.
Wait.
So
are the percentages different? No, we're rolling underneath your number. And if it's a trained skill, you get plus 10.
So modifier would then be 0 as well, right?
The modifier would be plus 10 if it's a trained skill.
As long as it's under your trained skill.
Yeah,
Yes.
it'll automatically add your trained and stuff to it. So no modifier for this. You do reach out via tight beam, anything you guys have, you do not get a response back. Anything you send out audio-wise just comes back as static. You're not picking up anything up in that general direction at all, and there's no response to any of the hails that you've sent out. You don't know if that's something that happened from the audio catastrophe, just with how garbled and messed up the signal was that they were able to send out. Sort of a dead zone.
I'm getting nothing, guys.
Is it normal for a ship to be unregistered on the ship registries? Or
It is
maybe
strange.
maybe case maybe the Marine knows that, like, if it was out there for some kind of black ops or secret spy mission, then it wouldn't be registered.
Chances are that a hidden military facility would be unregistered. But,
And actually, this does kind of lead into my question that I had. Do I know the area that we're going, or that we're headed to, these coordinates? Anything in this area going on as far as, like, any, like, space gangs or any conflict happening that might have intercepted this facility, even if it was unregistered, if they just stumbled upon it during a firefight, or, is there piracy in this area? Anything that I might know I could do, like, a rimwise thing on or something?
Sure, give me a rimwise check. Let's use your intelligence.
Okay, so that is 36. I gotta beat a 46. I critical fail. Rad.
Damn it! I was going to give you something too, but the
Fletcher,
rules is the rules.
Fletcher also has rimwise. If he could also make the same check.
That's fine. Give me that too. So, Case, you're sitting there, and then you're sort of going back and forth with Nexus, kind of throwing out some ideas, and Nexus goes, "Do you know of anything that's happening out here, piracy or anything?" And you look back, you're like, "You know what? What the hell is Zach's problem?" He just totally veered into, like, the other direction. He totally forgot what was going on.
just not even thinking about this. Just like, why did he say I was the enemy? What did I do to him?
Focus.
Focus,
Case.
sorry, Nexus. What the fuck is his deal? What did I do to him?
Do you need a doctor?
You see him, and he's, like, shaking, like he's starting to get angry.
Case, should I hail you a doctor?
Case,
No.
why don't you go ahead and give me 1 point of stress, please?
Yes.
Oh, Nexus as well. Please give me 1 stress.
1 stress.
Yeah, when you fail at something.
The thought of sending out this signal into this area and not getting back anything in return is actually really cool. It's sort of making you worry. Like, you're not sure if this is what true worry feels like as an emotion, but there's, like, this nagging thought in the back of your head stressing you out.
Just a quick question. The colony ship we just scrapped, was it, like, damaged out here? Was it just drifting out here?
It was just drifting. The colony ship never made it to its destination.
Happens more than
Okay, so it was just
people would
kinda-
like to admit.
It, like, ran, I'm just trying to be like, if this ship that we just scrapped was kind of, like, lost out here, whatever happened to it, could that be happening right now to this other thing?
Well, we're a
It's
week
possible.
away from. I mean, didn't you say it was going to take us a week to get there? So it's not like what happened to the colony ship we salvaged is the same thing that's going on to this other ship.
I mean, a week in space, like this, it's the same general area when you think about it, just out here in the nothingness.
And Zach, you know
I have
that
a lot of smart-ass remarks that Lita would want to say to that. Like, yeah, I suppose anything in space is kind of in the neighborhood, but space is pretty fucking big.
I mean, if we can get from point A to point B, another ship, a pirate ship, could get from point A to point B in however long this colony ship has just been sitting here.
Man, you are paranoid. You need to do some stretches when you wake up in the morning.
Here, this will take the edge off. Tosses her a
Well,
beer.
it's not very far to my toes. I'm only this big.
And Zach, you know that these outer fringes, they are heavily patrolled not by any galactic colonies or interstellar Federation ships. Out here, it is scavengers and pirates.
Where is Zach? I don't see Zach.
Fletcher.
Oh, Fletcher is Zach. Okay.
Yeah, I go by my last name. Only my friends call me Zach.
Do you want me to change your token to Fletcher?
The token says Fletcher.
I mean, he means permanently.
It's good. I just need to remember everybody's names. Especially Dr. Drake.
Doc, what have you been doing this entire time?
Oh man, I forgot we had the doc.
He's been choking.
I wanted the doc to go check on K's. Seemed out of it.
I have been taking stock, knowing after hearing
taking drugs.
No, after hearing the situation, I would probably, like you said, being prepared for what's to come because of the unknown.
What did you think of the message? How is that making the doctor feel? Knowing the amount of medicine you have left available on the ship.
I have, if there are any survivors, and that's a very big if, I would know I would know that, you know how in, Case would know that certain battlefield medics will have to make a decision on who lives and who dies given on the circumstance. Well, I would most likely, if there are any survivors, I need to take stock on, we have a...
Is that something the doctor in training is ready for, to make these, quick triage decisions?
Right now, no, because he's been studying and training to be a surgeon to save people in a hospital where it's a more controlled environment, and he's on here to earn that extra earn the extra cash and get some experience for his studies. So
okay. So with your sense of purpose, why don't you give me a sanity save?
Okay.
With advantage.
With advantage is what?
Advantage.
Oh.
Hit sanity and just make sure you toggle
okay.
advantage.
Okay. Shit. My sanity.
I think if it's something that you're a master of or an expert of, that give you advantage.
No modifier, right?
No modifier.
The advantage is a modifier.
Oh, Jesus Christ, look at that.
No matter what you do, it is just a worry in your mind.
Based on his role, I know what he's thinking.
Not that.
No wonder Rivet.
I mean, I'm a little short. I'm a little short for you, Drake.
Why are all the women on this ship short?
I am a professional. But
99 and 69. What are the chances?
About 1 in 100.
Wouldn't it be 2?
But that is what's kind of going through my mind, and I'm just going stock over and over. I've gone. If we're talking about weeks, so I'm anxious. I'm pacing throughout the medical bay and going stock over 100 different times. And
okay, yeah. So you're definitely stressing yourself out a bit. So that go ahead and give yourself that 1 point of stress as you sort of try to plan ahead to what you may be encountering. Again, as much as you guys try to get Nova to sort of look over any sort of records that it has in its database, and as much as you guys try to rack your brains on why this quote-unquote ship is not registered, why you guys aren't picking up a signal, as the closer you get, Nexus just keeps sort of flashing out just whatever audio he can send out and hopefully getting a response as you guys sort of near your target. Is there anything else you guys wanted to try in transit?
I would like to try to make little chocolate Hershey's Kisses to give one to everybody before we start the mission.
Do you have the art skill?
Art.
It's right below mathematics.
I do not.
Do you know who does
Rivet
have
can
art?
help. Rivet and Sparks are, we can do the sing along and we can.
But I
make
have
kisses.
jury rigging.
Rivet has art. I can help you make the chocolate kisses.
Rivet sees what you're doing and she's very interested in helping you make these chocolate kisses.
Is Sparks turning into Professor Lupin?
I was thinking that making something like a little sweet treat might help if things get a little bit stressful. Chocolate always makes me feel better.
I'm going to look at your skills. See if there's anything that can translate. Definitely not archaeology.
Archaeology.
You know what? Here's a question.
Go for it.
Do you have the ingredients on board to make, like, general chocolate? Or are you trying to jury rig something together?
I would guess that I mean it's not something that I just as part of character creation, so I think I'm trying to make it from scratch.
Yeah. You're trying to go off a recipe that you have no knowledge of. Like, I've seen this on a TV, I'm going to make it. And then Rivet's like, yeah, I want to make it too. So why don't you give me a jury rigging check with advantage?
Advantage, right on.
Fletcher's sitting there, and he's just like munching on a bar.
We need to treat this like a mechanical problem. We don't have the right tools, but we're going to try and make it work anyway.
Fletcher's just watching with a. He's watching and he's just munching on a.
Okay, we're going to try and make
ration
chocolate
bar
without
of
cocoa.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Sorry, I
Go ahead.
just keep getting overruled.
No problem. Go ahead.
I was just saying that Fletcher's watching them while eating a bar of quote ham slice.
Who needs chocolate when you got ham slice? You make two pieces of pretty good, like budgie, almost. What's the word I'm thinking of? Chris, what's the round French chocolates that are like mousse almost?
Truffles or something?
Yes, they're almost truffle-like. You guys like knocked it out of the park.
Woohoo! Thanks for your help, Rivet. I wouldn't have thought to add flour to it.
You make 12.
Right on.
Ingesting 2 of these chocolates will reduce your stress by 1.
Okay. I'm going to write down on my sheet.
Gordon, how does that work for androids?
I'll say
We're not
yes.
gonna sue you. Yes is the answer.
I will
love
say
it.
yes.
It's not the
I was wondering
nutrition,
how it
it's
can
just
handle
the
chocolate.
it's just
You
the
can eat-
emotional.
Right? Can't you eat food?
I don't see why. Oh, I guess we determined
You're,
I'm kind of like
you're
a cyborg.
biological, yeah. You're an android.
You're just a really messed up looking one.
Alright, so I have 12. Oops, I can't add it. There's no way to... I'm just going to make a note.
Yeah.
There is some sort of mushroomy taste to it, but the sweetness you guys have added in from like the artificial sweetener really cuts through that fungal taste. But it's very good.
It's that collection of random ingredients that somehow make it taste like you want it to.
You said it takes 2. So I'll be like, the first one probably hits you like it's not very good, but by the second one you kind of develop the taste for it, and it starts. You're like, oh, okay, the flavor's working now.
It's like you eat one, and then you have to eat the other one a second later.
I think we should call
get
it.
the
I can't
actual
believe
taste.
it's not chocolate.
All right, cool. 12 chocolates. If you guys
Okay,
eat 2
so-
of them, reduce the stress.
That was Lita's. Would anybody else want to do something during this transit?
Besides cooking with Sparks, Rivet's probably just going to prepare all the salvage, or at least her salvage gear, because if there's a wrecked ship, we might as well take it apart, and I want to make sure everything's clean and ready.
Okay, you're going to do an inventory, get all your stuff ready, make sure your tanks are filled. Roger that.
Fletcher will probably hit the gym for a little bit, get his exercise in.
Going to pump some iron, run on the treadmill a bit. Doesn't want his bone mass to go down at all, being in the zero gravity. Dr. Drake, we know what Dr. Drake's doing. He's stressing himself out, reading his college books again, preparing.
Is he just reading the labels? Like side effects includes dry eyes, watery nose, vomiting. Puts it back. He's like, nope, can't use that.
Nexus, are you still just sort of going through the audio, trying to get anything back?
Yeah, I did put in chat. I don't know if Connor saw it, but I was going to offer Case a hug. I see he's getting a little stressed out up there. And Rivet has told me to be more accommodating to humanoid emotions.
A hug would be wonderful.
So it's a very awkward hug.
Yeah, it's like Draco hugging Voldemort almost.
Yeah, probably a little too tight, really cold. May get jabbed by like a broken piece of, or a dented piece of metal or something.
And I even go as far as tossing in because I don't really understand how this works. Like, they're good buddy.
He holds it for too long.
Yeah. Case, was there anything you wanted to do? Anything to reach out or anything?
How far does our communication go?
Pretty far. It is the year 2772, so your ship itself isn't the best. The communications technology is really sort of ramped up since then.
I might try to reach out, since I seem to not have a lot of knowledge about this area. I might try to reach out to some old contacts and see if maybe somebody can get back some information, if there's anything to be wary of.
Who would you like to reach out to?
Well, I guess I'll just reach out. I think my first instinct would be my Iron Legion contact, to see if she might be able to look something up for me, or maybe if she has heard any information on the Horizon's Reach.
Okay, so you sort of punch it in and you watch as Nova sort of gets it going. Boop. Nexus, you watch as you see Case kind of putting in a communique, sending it out. You sort of hear, after about a minute, sort of beep, doot, 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 and then sort of a, oh, shit. And then up on the image, you see Alicia. Hey, Case! You notice that whatever she was drinking is now on her shirt. As usual, she's covered in oil stains, grease. Coveralls are just dirty. Just put her goggles up, so she kind of has like these raccoon eyes underneath from where everything was. So you're pretty sure that she was just underneath some machine tearing something out.
My kind of girl.
Long time no see.
Yes, it has been a while. I apologize for interrupting your work. We have hit an interesting distress signal in our exploration. was curious if you might have any information about a ship or a station.
Okay. Why don't you give me the name and I can tell you?
Horizon's Reach.
Horizon's Reach. Give me 1 second. And you watch as she puts her comm down. And now you're just staring up at the ceiling of this large warehouse as like all these machines above are like moving, and you see like these huge fucking gun turrets, these huge missile batteries moving across these giant rails up top, just moving back and forth. The sound of industry sort of banging together. She comes back at around 3, picks up her phone, and she looks at you like, did you hear about that?
We picked up a distress signal from the station. It seems some sort of, we heard firing in the background. Not sure if it was piracy or mutiny or what, but they were in danger.
Interesting. I just talked to Coker. Coker told me it's a black site.
I figured that, even it is unlisted in our system so far. Any
No, this
knowledge
wouldn't
of
be
their...
listed.
Yeah. Any knowledge of their goings-on?
Not
Spy
much.
network?
But we do know that this operation's ran by Orion Dynamics. You know them? The energy conglomerate?
The name sounds familiar.
Well, they should. They just about run the energy business in the entire verse.
Interesting. What might they have at these coordinates? And I will send her the location.
Give me 1 second. She pulls it up and she's like, Nyctara, Ice Moon, no habitat, no habitation, no colonies, no industry to think of. Not sure. What are you doing out there anyways?
We are on our way back from a salvage trip. So, trying to figure out, well, we were hoping to make landfall within a couple weeks. Got turned around by a distress signal. Company policy. Have to go check it out.
Wait. What were you salvaging? Colony ship? Science ship?
Yes.
No crew, just floating?
No, good question.
I don't remember.
Yeah, when you guys went, it was just a derelict ship floating in orbit.
Okay.
When you scanned the moon that it was orbiting, there was no colony set up. A lot of the equipment, as you could see, was still in the ship. Like, you guys weren't able to take everything, you guys just took the choice. There's still a lot of salvage left. And again, there was no colony set up.
Just a ghost ship. Everything's still running, but nobody's there.
Yeah, and it's been floating for a while.
We stumbled upon a ghost ship above a colony, not set up, everything still on the vessel. But the salvage is right for the taking. There's more there if you are interested.
Nah, we don't be doing salvage like that. You know that, sweetie. So
I know, but I figured I'd offer.
We've been getting a lot of rumors, as they say. A lot of rumors talking about all these disappearing ships. There was one Coker talked about. Left Calum, Regency of Clemency. Can't remember the name. Something like that, but it just sort of went off the map as well. Lots of things just disappearing, we're not quite sure. We have been investigating it, but I'll ask you not to share that information since it's kind of proprietary.
Yes, that'll stay between us. The other ships have gone missing. Interesting. Any larger colonies or just the colony vessels?
Just the colony vessels. A lot of arcology ships heading out towards the outer rim.
Right. I am curious if they made it to their location like the ship that we found did, and just never made a landfall. Odd.
You guys thinking you'll need some backup? I could talk to the boss.
I will message if we have any issues. I think for now we will. You have the coordinates if you do not hear back from us. I think we are still some days out. Let's say a month, maybe 2 or 3 weeks. Then you might want to investigate that area. But for now, we shall see what we can find. It's possible that it was a mutiny of people who didn't want to be on a black side anymore. It's possible it was pirates who stumbled upon it. I wouldn't be worried about us. I would be more worried for them, whatever we find.
Okay, got it. Don't start worrying about you till I don't hear from you from a month.
Yes. Or you hear a panicked message sooner. Thank you
All
for
right.
your help.
No problem. Just remember, you owe me 1,000 credits.
Yes, I know. I owe a lot of people a bit of money.
Just kidding,
It's gotten
sweetheart.
worse since I left my last job.
Well, you know how to reach me. If you ever want to come back, you're more than welcome.
I always think about it, but I am enjoying this little bit of freedom.
All right, sweetheart. Well, let me know as soon as you're done.
Will
I'll be waiting
do.
to hear. Take care. Be safe.
And I'll press the. I'll hang up.
Transmission ends. A lot to digest there.
Yes.
You know for sure that it is a station. She also referred to it as a black site. You being in the military know exactly what that is.
Yeah. Lovely.
It is owned by a energy conglomerate, quite possibly the largest in the solar system. And the Iron Legion has also been investigating the disappearances of arcology and colony ships.
Yeah. I would like to message people in the crew. Who is in charge of our salvage when we pick it up? Who's typically?
Normally, I think I would probably say either Fletcher or Rivet.
Well, I'm not going to talk to Fletcher. I will talk to Rivet.
Okay.
Rivet, a question for you. The last ship that we found, do you know who sent it? Was there any corporate name?
Let me check the record. Did that colony ship have a name or a company associated to it? It was GCV August Rush.
Yes, the GCV August Rush.
Do you know if they have any connection to Orion Dynamics, or did you find anything when we were scavenging the ship?
You know that nothing mentions Orion Dynamics? Why don't you... Hold on, I'm going to look at Rivet skills. I have so many handouts, it just takes me forever. Hydroponics, 0G, pilot, art. Rivet, even though you're not the best at the computers, why don't you go ahead and give me a computer check? You've seen sort of Nexus kind of working as magic and everybody else kind of going about it, so you kind of have a good idea of how to go through the main Solstice IP and just sort of navigate around to see if you can dig into those. Yeah, with a 3, you actually do find the company that was registered to the GCV August Rush. That company's name is Frontier Logistics.
Looks like Frontier Logistics here.
You go through and you sort of do a little bit more research on Frontier Logistics, and you do find that Frontier Logistics is a subsidiary of Orion Dynamics.
Interesting. Rivet, maybe you can work with other members of the crew. It seems that the station that we are heading to is operated by Orion Dynamics. I am uncertain about why they might have gone the way they did, but I have a feeling it might be connected to why we are finding ships like the one that we did abandoned in the Outer Rim. This, though not information that I have, rumor mill might say that this is not the first incident, and perhaps we stumbled upon something larger.
Do you
I
think
am
somebody's?
nervous.
Do you think someone or something is targeting Orion? Should we be worried?
Hard to say. Corporations tend to engage in espionage and warfare in the uncharted parts of space. Maybe some investigation into Orion might be beneficial if you and some others might take a look into that.
I'll go see if Fletcher knows anything. He's been around. He knows people.
He probably does, but would not want to hear this information from me directly. I still don't get his deal.
Well, I don't understand why people see my son here, touches Nexus, sees him as creepy. He's such a good boy.
He gives hugs.
Oh, you gave hugs? Good boy. Pats.
I appreciate your time, Rivet.
So,
Also,
yes.
maybe share that information with Alita as well. See if maybe they know what Orion Dynamics builds. You both might have some experience working with any of their constructions. It might be useful to know what they operate on.
Salutes. Aye, Captain.
I would then like to send a message to the doctor and say, Doctor, it might be beneficial if you prepare for, once we get there, have some extra med kits available. If this was some sort of assault by piracy or other beings, there might be some survivors who injured by gunshot.
Chris, you there?
Yeah. Sorry, can you repeat that?
Yes, make sure you once we reach the station, make sure you have some extra medical equipment in case we find survivors, injured, gunshots and that. I would also be curious to see if you know or have any ability to work with ecology ships, cryopods, bring you a scanner of some kind, something to look into, or a way to make sure that any people on that ship might be alive. I don't know if that makes sense. Well, not good with technology or medical things.
Yeah. I don't know if
Just something to think about, I suppose.
I'll make sure we'll have extra auto meds. But I don't. Is the cybernetic diagnostic center? That's for the ship itself, right?
The cybernetic diagnostics is something that you've seen Rivet kind of work with.
So
it's something that she uses specifically to diagnose any issues that's been happening to Nexus. Tremors, glitches, things like that. So mostly for use for robotics.
So the first thing I will do when we reach the ship, I'll probably head straight to the medical bay on that ship and see what supplies they have.
Now, you do know that your med table has a built-in med scanner.
Oh, okay.
All you need to do is have somebody tech-savvy uninstall it.
And that's either Sparks or Rivet.
But as a doctor, you know that taking the med scanner off the med table makes the med table highly dangerous and very difficult to use, if not almost deadly.
Yeah.
But you can take it out.
I would call in Sparks and Rivet.
As a side note, if you break it, I can fix it.
Yeah.
Well, I would call both of you in and say, if there is no scanner on their ship, would you be able to pull this one out and put it back together without breaking it?
Look at Rivet, and I say, well, I mean, if it can be broken, it can be fixed. Assuming maybe Case doesn't riddle it full of bullet holes, I could probably fix anything. Right, Rivet?
Rivet's over here with Fletcher.
Oh, I thought you asked both Rivet and.
Yeah, again,
He asked us both in, but Rivet's on a mission for the captain.
Oh, that's right. She's
Oh, okay. Well, then, without checking with Rivet, I will tell you, Doctor. And I always, Sparks is always a little bit nervous around Drake. She gets a little shy around him because, she thinks he's really hot. But she'll say that if it's broken, I can fix it.
But we'll only take it out if in a dire emergency, because if we take it out and you can't put it back in, this table is basically useless and we're SOL.
Oh, sweetie, nothing is useless as long as I got all the parts. I can make it work.
Okay.
With the right amount of lube, you can fix anything.
Just so you know, Drake is totally oblivious on you hitting on flirting with.
That's totally fine. I'm going for a whole. The doctor was oblivious to Kaylee as well. At first, I'll win you over.
But okay, great. That's all. That's all. Thank you. And he would nervously go back to his studies and pull out basically battle wound, bullet wound procedures in his textbooks and whatnot.
Lita, are you going to try to take out the med scanner?
Not yet. No, not if their ship doesn't have one, then we will take this one apart.
Okay.
I don't want to.
What you reading, Doc?
I'm just catching up on some setting in preparation for what's to come.
If you think about it, Doc, we have a lot in common.
Oh yeah, what's that?
Well, I fix broken things, and you fix broken beings.
That's one way of putting it.
Well, how would you put it?
Lita, you're watching as the doctor, his face is just turning red.
Yeah, I feel like the cat got your tongue a little bit there, Doc. Well, if you don't mind, I'll just pull up a chair and maybe I'll learn something too. And I'd like to read over your shoulder. But I have to stand on a chair to lean over your shoulder.
I would put I would scoot over, put the book over, and I'll show her what I'm reading, how to do it, and it's obviously a medical school textbook.
All right, so I spend 50% of my time pretending to read the book, and the other 50% just staring at the doctor.
I do have a question, Warden. Who fixes Nexus? Is it me or is it Sparks?
No, it is Rivet.
Yeah, no, Nexus is Rivet's thing.
Okay.
Rivet makes sure to put, and you guys kind of have an idea of what Rivet's all about. Like, she wants to be like a full-on cyberneticist, robotics. She wants to build androids. She wants to do all these things, and you know that Nexus is kind of her quote-unquote pet project that she practices on, uses it to get experience, rebuilds and puts them back together.
He's like my thesis.
But the reason why I asked, because isn't Nexus technically a bio android?
Yep, but he's still a cybernetic
Okay.
creature.
Yeah, that's why
You know-
Rivet works on him, because he's biological and mechanical. So cybernetics is like the maxing of those.
And that's not my field. I don't do cybernetics. I do surgery. So
You could probably practice like stitching his skin together, but I don't think he's got any organs, or not a lot of them.
I fix the big broken things. Rivet fixes the humanoid-sized broken things.
And the Solstice has been very good to you.
Yeah, no, I like this ship. But I keep it in tip-top shape as much as I can.
Nexus is Rivet's baby. The Solstice is Lita's baby.
Yep.
Fletcher, Rivet,
And the
sort of
Doc and I are
walks
gonna
in.
have babies. Oh! Sorry, I couldn't help it.
Fletcher, Rivet walks in, kind of asks you a question.
I will pause my show.
Hey Fletcher. Well, so the captain says we're going to this station or something, a black site, whatever that means. Apparently, it's owned by Orion Dynamics, and got any info about them?
I will rack my brain, see if that comes up with anything.
The name. Let me. Yeah, why don't you just give me another rimwise check? Actually, no, you don't need to. Duh. I just need to remember your backstory. You know that Orion Dynamics was the company that ran the underground subthermal energy generation that powered your planet. And was pretty much the company that kind of destabilized the planet's crust, causing the sort of doomsday event that everyone had to flee, which is kind of now the reason that you're on the solstice.
Oh yeah, I know. Orion Dynamics. They're the company that screwed over entire colony. That's why I'm on this ship as it is.
And everybody kind of knows about it. They might not remember the name of the company, but you guys do remember the planet Calum. It was pretty much one of the more prosperous planets. And then all of a sudden, there was crustal displacement, something to do with thermal energy, and it pretty much caused the entire planet to be uninhabitable and unlivable.
It was the BP of this world. PR disaster.
Your colony ship wouldn't have been the August Rush, would it? The one we just took apart? Apparently it was owned by a company of the Orion Dynamics. And apparently they're getting targeted out here or something. I don't know. Case has more
Yeah.
info.
No, the one I'm looking for is the resolution of clemency. But it's long gone.
Well,
This
let's
vector space.
hope it's long gone and didn't crash into a star or something.
Well, if it did, I guess I'm glad I wasn't on it. No, ain't I?
Does Rivet tell Zach the name of the company that was used by the GCV August Rush?
Yeah, that was the.
And she does say that the GCV August Rush was owned and operated by Frontier Logistics Group. You know that Frontier Logistics Group was the same company that oversaw the resolution of clemency.
It may not have been the that colony ship we just looted, but it's probably in the same bracket. Maybe it's like the same ship class.
Yeah, and they are massive ships. So think from the movie Dread, like the Peach Trees mega building. That's an arcology. Just think of that tipped sideways, floating in space, as a spaceship, and that's kind of the general idea of like a colony ship.
Don't know of anybody who might be targeting Orion, do you?
I'm sure, as a company, they've always got enemies, and I could name quite a few names after what happened in Caleb.
Well, if you think of anybody who might be in this area targeting those people, it'd be nice to know before we actually get there and meet them.
Nexus, go ahead and give me one more computer check.
Yes, Nexus is feeling quite motivated and inspired after Rivet's positive affirmations and, of course, Case's hug. So here comes that computer roll at normal and with intelligence. No modifier. Jesus Christ.
Oh my god, that's a crit fail. That's the worst crit fail you could possibly do. David, you have the worst luck of anyone I've ever met in my life.
Amy.
As long as you guys get these out of your system now, I think we'll be
Right?
fine.
This is when you want to roll them.
So as you start to get everything going now, you're adjusting the array to sort of flash in the new direction back to the point of origin. You begin to press enter, and your hand glitches, and you accidentally punch through the comm screen. Case, you turn around as you hear this sort of racket, and you're watching as Nexus's arm is sort of on the other side, and it's like his fingers are involuntary flexing.
I say oops, and then I make an onboard announcement over the comms. Rivet? Rivet?
He punched through the console again, didn't he?
I think I need a good lubing.
It's been a nice talk, Fletcher, but my child needs me.
Yeah, you go on and do your thing. Fletcher goes back to his show.
Mommy's coming.
You guys take Rivet comes over and takes Nexus, leads him back into the machine shop. You guys walk into the machine shop and sort of look over as the doctor is kind of reading his book, while Lita is not so conspicuously like blowing air into his ear.
It's a little drafty in here, wouldn't you say?
She playing with her hair and everything.
Oh, she's trying, but she realizes she's not getting much of a response, so she'll try for a little bit, and then she'll go back to her engine room. She'll break his stony exterior eventually.
I hate to ask this question, but in all fairness, do I need to add another point of stress?
You are going to get another point of stress.
Okay.
That was a very stressful situation. You sort of lashed out, and you didn't know why you lashed out, and you started questioning and wondering if this is what a sort of regular person's inner monologue feels like. Is this guilt? Am I feeling guilt? What's going on? And you're kind of like starting to question yourself.
As Rivet and Nexus walk through and see Sparks there, Rivet goes like, "Clean up in the cockpit."
Oh, that's a good point. Thanks, Rivet. Do I need tools for this cleanup?
You probably will need tools. As you walk there and you see that there is a perfectly Nexus fist-sized hole through the comm screen.
So I'll go grab my toolkit from my bunk, and then I'll go back in here to the cockpit. Say hi to Case. Looks like we had a malfunction over here.
Yes, I think I'm more nervous about another hug from Nexus.
Well, if you could find a way to get that doc to give me, you try to pilot that situation. Don't mind me. I'm just gonna fiddle around over here and get this all fixed up. I'll be out of your hair.
I will leave you to it.
Shiny. So I am good at fixing stuff.
Yeah.
Although I could
We'll
also
just-
crit fail.
If you want to roll, you can go ahead, or we can just say that through the course of the rest of the transit, Rivet is fixing whatever just happened to Nexus, and you can go ahead and just fix that, unless you would like to give me a roll. Something positive can happen.
I'll take that chance. So do you want me to do? Because there's 2 checks I could make.
This would probably
Well, no, it would be mechanical repair, right?
Yep, this would be a mechanical repair using your intelligence.
Okay, yeah, I looked at industrial equipment, but that's not necessarily the same thing. So it would be mechanical repair. Since that... No, that is a skill here. Okay, cool. So it should work if I click it. As an expert skill. Yes, it's an expert skill. Using my intellect. No advantage or anything. Submit. Oh my god.
Do you beat it on time?
No. Well, I don't know. What happened, Warden?
That's a success. That's a success. On the
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, me too beats it.
Woo! That was close. It took me a little maybe than I wanted it to. that was a really good hole that Nexus punched in this thing.
It took a while because as you were looking in your stocks to see if there were any more replacement comms, because you seem to have to replace this comm screen quite a bit. You realize that you just didn't have any left. Like, you've gone through 20 of them in the span of the time that you guys have been sort of flying about. So you kind of had to dip into the cargo a bit to get some of the salvaged stuff. And you were able to sort of retrofit some of the colony ship stuff to make it work again. I wish there was a luck skill. But yeah, you do get it operational. And it is about that time that you guys now, through the course of the travel, are beginning to approach. You see before you this huge sort of blue gas giant, sort of similar to Jupiter, but it's sort of like layers of navy baby blue with streaks of almost purplish pink sort of coursing through it. And as you kind of make your way around towards the sunward side, you see a small ice moon. As you get closer, you try to hail again, and you get nothing. Until at last you sort of see this sort of floating speck. You get closer and closer and closer, you're sort of getting a little bit more anxious as you approach, and you see what seems to be a floating space station. There's no smoke. You don't see anything out of place. You notice that it has 2 wings to either side, and what seem to be 2 ports to sort of dock into. Case, as you get closer, just to about the distance here, you watch actually as there is a almost shimmer that sort of fluctuates, and it goes from one side to the other, almost like a malfunctioning image.
Does it fluctuate in a similar way to my cloak skin?
Very similar.
Okay. Do we have any lights on the ship?
You
like
do have
big-
outer lights. Yep.
I would like to try to use the outer lights to like catch a reflection, or almost like trying to spot like if you turn a flashlight on and you're pointed at a camera, how it kind of reflects off the lens a little bit. See if I can do something like that to figure out where this thing is, or what its larger shape is.
This is the best image I can get using AI, but you're actually noticing as you're getting closer to this, as you're sort of breaching the sunward side and the light's coming, it's almost not reflecting off of the station. Like, it's not reflecting light. The closer you get, you turn your spot on, and you start sort of maybe strafing alongside one of the wings, and you kind of have the spotlight on, and again, it's not reflecting the light back. It's almost drinking the light.
Just a quick question. What are our salvagers, like, rights out here? Like, if we find there's no survivors or whatever, are we within our rights to start tearing this thing down?
You know the law of legitimate salvage. If you respond to a distress signal, everything's dead, you log it properly, you do what you got to do, and you can do whatever you want with it.
So, Rivet will kind of elbow Sparks and be like, that'll definitely fill up the hold.
Or are you up here in the
Rivet
cockpit
or
with me too?
Sparks.
I didn't see you up here.
Yeah, are we done? Are we back in the cockpit, Rivet?
Oh yeah, you guys are good to go.
Yeah, I'm in the cockpit currently. I just kind of imagined I finished the repairs and kind of hung out in here with Case.
I'm just standing over you because you're in
your chair.
So I'm literally just looking at you like I'm not being threatening. I'm just waiting, but a monstrosity.
I imagine the crew is kind of assembled in the cockpit. If you said,
"Oh, by all means,
we can see it."
Have your chair. I'm gonna jump
yes.
up and sit next to Case.
Can I have somebody run a scan, see if they can determine if we can actually pick this thing up, or if it's some sort of technology or alloy that is causing this drinking of light?
Fletcher.
Yes.
Since you are in the scanner seat, I'm not sure what skills you have. I gotta pull your sheet back up.
I don't have computers.
Scavenging, art, rimwatch.
My skill is I push every button in front of me and see what happens.
Why
Just
don't you
all
go
of
ahead?
this.
Why don't you give me a computers check? As you sort of, it's pretty easy. As you kind of go through, Nexus has kind of shown you like how to do this before. You always seem to find yourself in this seat because a lot of the times, as soon as you try to get into the cockpit to jump into that co-pilot seat, Lita's kind of right there all the time, and you just don't have the heart to kick her out. So why don't you go ahead and give me a computers check using your intellect?
I don't have skills in computers, so it's just going to be a straight intellect.
No, you can just go ahead and use computers with intellect.
Yeah, it just doesn't add the 10 to your roll.
Yeah.
If you click computers.
Because that's actually in the new thing. It's like you can use the skill even if you're not trained in it.
Yep.
Because even if, I'm definitely not as computer savvy as Ken or David, but I can still use a computer. You send out the scan, and it just shows a dead zone.
Yeah, it's
not registering anything.
It's still adding 10 to the roll, to the target.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but I mean, if you hover over your target, you can see that your skill is 47. So I would just have counted it as.
Yeah.
You will have to be aware of that, though. Yeah.
And you don't see anything on the sensor. It doesn't register on the sensor at all. It's not reflecting heat. It's not reflecting cold. Nexus, you sort of throw some audio trash at it to see if you can get it to reflect. Nothing's coming back from it.
And I add a stress.
Yes.
Can anybody tell if there's any? This is me asking the crew if there's any external damage to the station.
Currently, we can't really see the station effectively enough to determine that, I don't think.
As soon as he says that, Drake, as you're looking out towards it, you watch again as like this sort of black, almost matte black, like this sort of flat black color of the outside of the station. All of a sudden, there's like this visual distortion that ripples across the front. And you watch as this sort of like reflection of like stars, the sun, and the planet like sort of dance across the face of it where it glitches out again.
So it's almost like in real life that that black color that they discovered that absorbs light almost.
Exactly. And then you're sort of looking at it again with Fletcher not being able to pick it up on the scan when it is directly in front of you. And also Nexus saying that he's not getting any reverberation back from any of the audio that he's throwing at it to see if he can get a response.
Are holograms a thing in this universe?
Grams?
Just the way we're describing where the light doesn't seem to interact with, the signal doesn't. Are we sure that's not just like a decoy image this military station's projecting?
Do we have... I turn around and say, that's an interesting theory. Do we have any way to... to shoot anything from our ship at it?
You guys have your PDCs and you guys have your keel-mounted laser.
I don't think announcing ourselves in that way is probably the best of ideas. Nexus, you're getting nothing on comms. Have you tried to hail them directly, or are you just sending signals towards them?
I was just sending signals unsuccessfully.
Hey, Nexus, be careful. I don't have any more screens.
Try to, or Lita, since you're in the co-pilot seat, just somebody hail the ship while I circle around again. Maybe in between the glitches we can find a docking station or something.
Before you even finish your sentence, I would grab the little microphone and say, hailing the Horizon's Reach, hailing the Horizon's Reach. This is the rescue ship Solstice. Over.
I thought she was going to start to sing. Station, can you hear me?
Horizon Reach from Solstice.
She might say it in a bit of a sing-song voice. She is kind of cheerful all the time.
You go through and you sort of... Can anybody hear me? Is anybody there? And you just sort of get...
Yeah, I'm sorry, Case. I don't think they're on the radio.
I think this is a salvage mission. We should board it and get salvaging before somebody else comes on this.
There might be some survivors. Don't give up hope yet. There was 2 docking bays, right? Let's head for one of them.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
You guys are flying at it in this image, just like this. Except the only difference is you're not seeing any shadows and you're not seeing any reflection from the sunlight the way it is there. It's just this matte black coloring against the backdrop of this icy blue moon.
Is it clear to see where a docking port is?
Yes.
Okay.
You can actually see the opening of it. It's only when the visual distortion sort of ripples across.
Now, just so I'm clear, are we flying into the rippling distortion, or are we flying? We're like waiting for it to pass and then flying into the docking bay.
I'm waiting for it to pass. Then
Okay.
once the next round hits, I'll start pulling in, and I'll ask Nexus to begin docking procedure, which is probably communicating with the other vessels so that it can whatever system needs to activate on their end to connect to our ship will hopefully begin.
Let me know if
And
you want me to
this
hit the boosters.
These are the 2 docking areas.
Do not hit the boosters.
And I
For the love of any god in the galaxy, do not hit the boosters.
Yes, Captain, and I'll salute you.
Fletcher's going to main on scanners, just to see if he can pick up anything as they approach.
So you kind of
Nexus
have
will
this
continue to scan as well.
rippling going across. You guys are both scanning, and you're not picking anything up. As you start to fly closer, are you going just to the closest one, Connor?
Yes, I will go to the closest one once the next ripple passes.
Okay. The ripple passes, and you sort of come in, and you kind of strafe like along the ship, sort of looking again as you sort of flash the beam of light. That's just not anything back. Like, it looks like a dead image. It is a very strange sensation for your eyes to try to comprehend. You almost feel like the longer you look at it, it's almost like you're getting stuck trying to look at one of those 3D pictures where you're crossing your eyes and unfocusing. Like, you find your eyes beginning to unfocus as you sort of have to, like, clip them up and then kind of look back to where you were trying to get to.
I imagine it's
actually...
I imagine it's kind of like dazzle paint. Have you seen that?
Yep. It's a very strange, disorienting thing that if you were to fly by this planet or this moon, you might never actually ever see any sign of anything as you pass through it. It is.
And as we're making this passes too, does it look like there's another ship docked here?
You can't see anything docked outside. Like, you
Okay.
think that you have to fly directly into the bay there to kind of get in. Think Star Wars, like Star Destroyer. Like, you're flying in through and then you're going inside the structure.
Okay. So we're not connecting to it, we are going into it.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Another question
It's
as
a hangar.
as we're flying around, is there any sign of structural damage or, explosions?
I was going to ask that too. Thank you for asking.
Yeah, when Fletcher is scanning, he's also scanning, like, in this system. Like, are there ships around?
No ships. You're not picking anything up around here. Okay, at sort of rivet request, you sort of kind of begin to go back into a holding pattern, and you begin to kind of strafe along the outside, inside. You sort of, the closer you get, you start to catch some more details. You see that there's, like, windows. And up underneath, there seems to be a smaller kind of like, I guess, upside down floating island from Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah.
Kind of think about that on its head. And the same black color, but then you can also see like windows sort of in through there as well. You fly around the entire thing and there is no structural hull damage.
Oh, it must all be interior damage.
It makes me worried that this did come from inside the ship.
Yeah, I'm starting to fear that the whole mutiny thing might be the more realistic. I mean,
this is also a black site. Maybe they were experimenting on something.
Possibly. Let's go into the nearest hangar, see if anything is in there or has left, and I will bring us into land. Though, Nexus, please make sure that you get the hangars open before we do so. I'm hoping that there is some sort of automatic protocol, but...
Yeah, so I...
Oh, sorry, Nexus, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I concur with that action. So I would try to override or get their. I'm going to mess up the word, like the docking station to activate with ours if I have to hack into it or.
Okay.
There might
sort
be a
of preparing
protocol
yourself?
that we can utilize.
Yeah.
Some docking protocol standard code that we can use.
I seriously doubt that it'll be that easy. We can't even find it on our scanners.
Which, third time's a charm.
Case. You bring the ship in a forward straight trajectory, heading towards the opening of the hangar.
Sorry.
It is still this sort of pitch black as you get closer and closer. As your telemetry settings are now telling you that you're probably about 100 meters away, you start to see this sort of shimmering from the hangar as this sort of pinkish purplish light. Very muted, almost transparent. And it's almost like looking through fogged, like bathroom glass that has this sort of tint. You can actually start to see inside the hangar. You notice that you could probably fit 5 solstices side by side going through this hangar door. But there are no doors. It is just this sort of pinkish purplish force field.
I'm assuming we don't have force fields or shields.
No, there are shields. Like your ships has shields, things like that, but you're looking through this
I think we do too.
directly into a hangar, and it's sort of messing with your mind because you know that the technology for this sort of shield doesn't exist yet. Like, there's no force fields or shields available that can keep out atmosphere or keep in atmosphere.
Ooh.
Well, okay, but wait. Before we jump to conclusions, Orion Dynamics is a cutting-edge company in energy solutions.
And this is a black site.
And this is a black site. So if there was anything that they could have cooked up in their little techno...
You're saying that if
lab.
anybody was going to come up with an energy shield, it would be an energy company.
That's my hypothesis, yes.
So you're saying
I-
through it.
I'm saying we fly right through it.
And I'm saying that's money right there.
Do you think they have a laser sword?
I mean, this technology is not supposed to exist.
Do we know if it is safe to enter through this thing, this energy thing?
Yeah, what would happen if
Try.
what would happen if the shields we know if we tried to pass through it? Is it like a particle shield where it's just you just run into it?
You know, I'm in the cockpit, right? I'm passenger seat. I probably got the buttons for the right here. I could try.
We don't know what this kind of technology is. I would be nervous that a weapon may react with it differently than a slow-moving object.
Do we have anything that could launch like a beer can at it? I mean, can we just...
I was gonna say, let's jettison
Waste
a
my
box.
beer.
That we
But
should
everyone-
find an empty crate and maybe
Sure.
jettison it out the airlock and see if it can pass through.
Okay, I'm down to test that. Can we?
You guys are so cautious. Fletcher wants to reach over and just like push the forward button.
I will cover the
Just
button.
go.
I mean, Fletcher, you are in the scanner/gunner seat.
Oh shoot! I don't know what the
you
co-pilot
can-
does then. Oh, I'm the radio girl. That's right.
You can fire like a single PDC.
What is a PDC?
It's a point defense cannon for the ship. So if say you're being attacked by pirates, think Rocinante. Missiles
thank
coming
you.
in.
Okay.
The PDCs take action to shoot down incoming missiles.
Gotcha.
It's basically the only
It's a
form
point
of
defense system.
yeah. It's the only offense defense that the Solstice really has is a light salvage freighter.
All right. Well,
I mean, it's only
we
one
jettison
depleted
something at the
uranium
shield
round.
and see how it reacts, or we take Fletcher's advice and just fly right through.
Fire a warning shot right across her bow.
I'm saying
Please do not
Fletcher
fire a warning
leans.
shot.
I'm saying Fletcher leans over and pushes the throttle forward to get us in.
Case you watch as Fletcher leans in, puts his hand
I
on
would-
Lita's throttle, pushes it forward.
I will pull back. I'm like shutting off co-pilot control.
Fletcher would have no problem overpowering me. My hands are like the size of a child's hands. That's why
I
I'm really good at getting
understand.
it.
Does Spark's feet even reach the pedals?
No.
The seats
Right.
all the way up.
If I reach the pedals, I can't see the screen.
Oh, no pedals at all. This is all hands.
She's standing on the seat.
I'm standing on the seat, yes.
Case, you're sort of looking at Fletcher, and Fletcher's kind of looking at you, and you almost feel challenged. Is
You guys
this
are
guy? Is this guy? He's not braver than you.
We shared that look that we keep having this whole trip of who's really in charge on this boat.
Ooh, I like it. Good dynamic.
In order to ensure the safety of the ship, I would like to test this shield that we have not encountered before to make sure it does not cause any damage to us or the salvage we carry.
I don't know if it's already been answered. I've been contemplating, but can we tell if this shield is emanating from the station or like coming from the moon?
It is emanating from the station. It is completely encompassed by the outer frame of the hangar door.
Okay.
Fletcher just gives a little sneer, and he's just like your kind, to immediately go to violence.
Yeah, that's perfect. Rivet, give yourself a point of inspiration for that picture. Drake, you notice that Fletcher sort of got up from the seat. The scanner seat is open if you wanted to run a preliminary scan or try to. You can give me a computer's check using your intelligence to scan it. As Case and Fletcher are kind of having this back and forth conversation about cautious. No, that's too cautious. You can never be too cautious. Yeah, you can.
Didn't expect for your kind to be cautious.
Mark, I'm sorry. I'm looking for in the introduction. Did we know what moon this is?
Yeah. Nova told you that this is the coordinate sent you to the moon Nixara.
And do we know what's on the moon?
It's just an uninhabitable ice planet, according to Nova. No signs of colonies, no industry, nothing. You're also out in a system that's sort of not been developed and or explored fully yet, as the only colony ship that you guys know of out in this area was derelict with everybody sort of MIA.
Okay. Because I don't know if there were resources this station could have used from the moon, but I'm sure we wouldn't know.
It's possible. You'd probably have to do a planetary survey to kind of get the information. But I don't know if you guys are equipped for that.
No, I don't.
I was so tempted to play Linus again because I'm like, he would be perfect for this.
Yeah.
So are we shooting into the shield? It looks like
No,
Sparks was going to shoot.
Because if we shoot into the shield, it would be, and it's not a shield, it would cause more damage.
Yes.
Than it
So
is.
I, as the captain, had asked Fletcher and Lita to go to the cargo hold, empty a container, push it out of the push it out of an airlock or something into the shield to see if something will pass through if it's moving slow enough. Don't want to cause any damage to the station. I don't want to send the ship into something we do not know about.
Okay.
I also want to get a few people out of my cockpit because there are too many people in here right now. And there's a lot of noise.
Way too many cooks in the kitchen.
Way too many cooks in the kitchen.
Shoot, I've been talking this whole time and I was muted. I hop out of my seat and I grab Doc by the hand and I say, Doc, you could take my place. But then I see that Rivet hopped into my seat and I just pat your hand and say, too slow, Doc. And I will run to I'll do what Case asked me to do. I'll go to the cargo bay. I will, because I don't want anybody else messing with the containers. I know listen. I'm the inventory girl.
You have you have a ladder that takes you directly down here. You also have the designated lift. The hydro, like little elevator that takes you up and down between levels.
Oh no, I'll slide down the ladder.
Same.
Okay. So you get down and you see where you and Fletcher have everything packed away exactly the way you left it, perfectly strapped in. Everything has its place. Everything is organized. What are you going to try to unload first? Just like any random crate, like just like a crate full of like circuit boards and things like that?
I would want to, and Fletcher and I can kind of put our heads together and determine financially what would make the most sense. What do you think would be the least pricey item that we could shoot out of our air?
I did say an empty crate.
I know, that's why I'm like, is there anything I could empty real quickly? Maybe a crate that has only one thing in it. How many of these MREs do we really need? Hand slice. Yeah, right?
What you guys don't know is that Fletcher has his own private stash of MREs that are actually better.
Yeah.
Hey, where'd he get the carrots?
Actually, that's a really good suggestion that Rivet just had in a way. If we have a container that holds our waste, I would want to launch that.
So you just want to sort of jettison the waste towards the...
Yes. Okay. If I have to put it on the end of one of our guns and shoot it, I would...
No, it's actually pretty easy. You sort of say, hey, that's actually a pretty good idea. Case, do you agree?
Yes.
Okay, so you sort of begin to turn the ship to where you know the waste port exhaust is. Normally this is where they would hook up into it, suck it all out, and then refurbish it. But as you sort of turn it out, you sort of line it up as close as you can. Why don't you give me a piloting check using your speed? This is a very delicate maneuver using you're pretty much flying with tea kettle right now. Just like sort of getting it perfectly lined up with the door.
Yes.
We'll do piloting with speed.
Normal speed. No modifiers.
Hey. Ooh, nice.
You hit the eject button and you watch as soon as the waste shoots out, it solidifies. And it's just this Joe Dirt turd meteor.
Yes!
Kind of just slowly floating. Slowly floating. And you're like, I should have parked closer, as this thing is just slowly floating towards the door. And it seems like it's taking forever. And after a couple minutes, you watch as it goes through, and you actually see like ripples of energy from when it enters the field sort of begin to like zap around it. And you watch on the other side as like the hard side just hits. As soon as it goes through, it almost instantly liquefies on the other side and kind of runs down the field. And once it fully passes through, it just kind of goes down, albeit very slowly. and eventually sort of lands on the ground and kind of slowly spreads out.
All right, so we're going to go through the other hangar.
We
Wait.
should see if the other hangar has.
Well, this
So Fletcher and I did not see what happened, so I'm gonna just on my radio comms and say, did it work?
It melted.
Well, wouldn't it? It froze in space, and if there's atmosphere in there, it would have melted as soon as it got through.
it does look like it went through the field. Looks like there's at least pressure in there and gravity.
Isn't that how engineering works? Come on, guys.
And all you really saw as the ball of the turd nugget kind of went through was just this sort of electrical distortion around the area it penetrated the field.
Right, and then it
Fletcher's just gagging as you are describing it.
it thawed out.
Do the engineers believe that it is safe to go through?
I mean, you're talking about alien future technology here. It's all theoretical.
I mean, it's not gonna hurt. It's not gonna hurt if we check out the other docking bay. But if the other docking bay has the same type of shield mechanism, I say that it's. I think that as an engineer, that what you must have witnessed was the waste froze in space and then unfroze when it got through the field.
Mark, do you mind if I do a body save as they're describing the turd? The turd
not at
freeze and then liquefy.
Not at all. Give me a body save. You're starting to feel the ham slice come back up.
Because I would have probably tried to describe it as graphically as I could as well.
And then Rivet's like, look, I took a video.
Oh my god, Zach.
They're like, let's analyze it.
So at the recommendation, I will pilot to the other side, and see if the field is still there, and if it is, I will attempt to enter and dock the ship.
You didn't get close enough to the other side the first time, as you kind of were just sort of going around checking the hull. But you come through, you line up, and then you get back into that sweet spot of seeing that 100-meter sort of estimation that you got from your telemetry readings. And you can see that this one is closed.
Okay.
And
so
that the actual doors that must be held within the hangar that closed, they have buckled. And they have buckled outward.
Oh.
So something hit from the inside.
Oh, it blew
There
up
was
in there.
Something happened
explosive
on the inside
decompression.
that caused these massive doors, these massive Boeing hangar airplane
Oh, Jesus.
hangar doors to sort of buckle outwards a bit. And in between, as you sort of get closer, in between like the cracks and the openings within the buckle, you can see that it does still have the same pinkish purplish transparent light behind it.
All right. I will fly to the other side and I will attempt to enter the hangar.
Case,
and I will
you're
let
starting to
everybody
think-
know.
Yeah, you're starting to think that this field has a purpose.
Case, admit it. Go ahead. It's okay, admit it. Who's always right? Who's always right?
I did ask the engineers if they believed it was safe. I did not disagree with you. I was simply being cautious.
I look at Fletcher and I put up my hand to like high five you and say, score 1 point for the engineers.
All right, I raise my hand over my head.
Jeez, God, fuck you. All right, we'll climb the ladder back up and jump back into the cockpit. And I'm going to stand next to Rivet. I don't have to have the seat.
Okay. You slowly begin to accelerate forwards. You sort of... Do you hold your breath or close your eyes if you get right about to touch the field?
Nope, I trust my engineers.
You go straight through. And then almost like a Tesla sort of like plasma ball that you'd put your fingers on in the 80s, you know? You watch those same sort of plasma-like fingers begin to dance along the front hull of the ship, moving its way towards you. There's nothing really going on with the sensors. you are starting to. You do kind of hear this kind of as you pass through. The cockpit fully goes through. Now you're seeing through to the other side, and you're watching as the front hull of the ship that you can see is actually smoking.
Right.
And you just keep going and keep going and keep going, and you pass through the field unharmed. No set off. Inside the ship, everything's still intact. The sensors of the solstice are registering like heat. Like the outside of it is very hot, almost like you guys have gone into atmosphere to try to land on like a planet's surface. Like there's just a massive amount of heat kind of radiating off the ship right now.
But within expected ranges, right? Like it's all kind of we can handle this kind of heat.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Once we pass through the anomaly, Fletcher's gonna check his scanners again to see if he can see if the station is still not registered, or perhaps this field is what was blocking their scans.
Check if there's atmosphere out there too.
Captain. Ship systems indicate. Outside hull has been fully decontaminated.
Good to know.
Step on decontamination pad.
Are you saying that thing cleansed the ship?
Just like
It would
clean.
seem so.
So do you
So
think
it
it
seems-
cleanses everything that passed us through?
It seems whatever
the waste.
it seems whatever passes through there get cleaned. This field now holds multiple properties. One that you can see is sort of holding an atmosphere as you sort of look around inside the bay. Things aren't like bolted down. There's like a rolly table that you guys slowly pass over. You guys see like this large exo loader, this like exo power suit in the back, next to some crate. Like there's a lot of cargo crates that aren't like seems to be some sort of gravity inside.
Rivet's already making a list of things to like take, like exosuit, that's on the ship. The toolbox, oh yeah, that's coming.
There's a lot. You can see like a lot of lockers on the side, a lot of like large sea crate storage containers. As you kind of guys make your way towards the inside, you notice that there are no ships inside.
Okay, you answered just one of the questions I was going to ask. But we're going through Drake's mind right now is that we were just noticed that we were decontaminated as we entered. The only thing that Drake knows that you would need to be a facility that needs decontamination would be entered would be like a CDC type center. So
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know that when you dock at like a space station, you go through like decontamination. They just, you don't want to bring anything in from the outside.
Okay. So
Stuff like that.
So it's standard through most things.
I mean, it's also a super sci-fi energy shield thingy. Maybe that's just how it works.
The decontamination is normal. How they did it is weird.
Exactly.
Okay. Well, I was thinking, well, shit, this is no longer a mutiny situation. This is more of a CDC zombie situation.
And you do know, Drake, that even your ship's docking umbilical, like if you dock onto a ship that's meant to be salvaged, or if you dock with another ship for trade, you know that coming back in, there is a decontamination protocol that you guys follow, just to make sure that you don't bring anything in that would overwhelm, like the CO2 scrubbers and the filters on the ship.
Like in life support, we have a chemical, and it's like petrichor or sulfaticide or something, and it's like natural decontamination.
Okay.
Exactly.
Then never mind. So.
Hey, Mark.
Yes.
Or Warden. Can I look for like a computer console station where I can tap in and maybe see if I can run some diagnostics, see if there's any life forms anywhere on the ship?
On the ship or on the station?
We haven't landed technically.
Oh, I
yet.
thought we did.
We're-
What's
we're-
the word?
We're
Okay.
We're floating inside the docking bay, I think.
We have not
no,
touched down yet.
Yeah, this
You do see that it is very dark inside. The only lights you see are very low functioning, low energy lights.
Looking around this,
Blues.
looking around this hangar, is there any clues as to like what kind of ships would be coming in and out, like big haulers or like little space fighters?
You'd probably think on this side, with as big as it is, and seeing like refueling stations, everything around here, that you imagine that this particular port that you guys are in at the moment, this hangar, is probably strictly for cargo.
Big.
What I'm
Maybe
gonna
they
do
run sorties to the moon.
is I'm going to
down
move
the
you
surface of
guys
the moon from here.
to the
Is
deck.
everybody forklift certified?
You
No,
guys
but
are
I
at the
can
very
put one
bottom
back
of the map.
together if it breaks.
Actually, yes, I am proficient in industrial equipment.
Oh, that's true. I am too.
So as Case sets the ship down, you see that there are certain lots set up, similar to what you'd see on like a loading dock for like a semi-trucks. You sort of just pick the centralmost one, sort of directly in the middle, kind of away from any of the outer walls. You set down, ship goes into low power.
Oh no, I can't see.
Before we disembark, I would like to speak to the crew.
I see.
We.
Oh,
Oh, there's 2 Dr. Drakes.
yeah.
Oh no! My plan is ruined! I'm just joking. Why are there 2?
I don't know. I was about to say something, but I didn't want to interrupt Case.
I can't see anything.
That's Case's wolf speech. There's 2 Dr. Drakes we need to run.
No, I'm an idiot.
Dr.
because
Drake's
I pulled,
used to be
I pulled,
next.
I pulled 2 Dr. Drakes and not 1 Fletcher, so...
So it is dark, but I do see the lights.
Wait, you're here, David. You're right above me.
Before we
You're not
disembark,
right at the bottom of the map. There you go.
Everybody's flashlights should work.
given what we heard over the distress signal, I think it is important that we remain armored, armed, and ready for danger. So, extra medical kits from Dr. Drake. Fletcher. Make sure you're combat ready. Nexus, you as well. Lead in Rivet. If you guys can make sure the ship is not on full lockdown, but so that nothing besides us can get on. I don't want anything sneaking into our cargo hold when we are not ready.
You hear Nova kind of respond.
Roger that, Captain. Setting security protocol. Crumb, strong in his castle.
Thank you, Nova. Nova, while you are also here, if you can do me a favor, either try to continue to hail the ship, maybe in the system's AI, or if you can scan for any life forms.
Roger that, Captain. Anything for you.
Thank you, Nova. This could be a simple scavenger
Is that
run.
our ship's AI? I'm just curious.
It's not so much an AI, like it's a very outdated virtual intelligence, so it sounds like a car salesman.
Okay.
It doesn't have like the sort of intellectual capacity that, say, Nexus has when interacting with you.
Right.
But you can
It's an
give it
Alexa.
directives, and it's sort of like, yeah, it's an Alexa that's sort of programmed to kind of talk back with only a set amount of like certain things, but you can't give it anything too complicated.
I like it. Okay.
This could be a simple salvage run, but it could be more dangerous. Be wary, keep each other's backs, don't go off on your own.
Fletcher will take one of the personal locators.
Did we?
Quick question. Is everybody going into this suitless?
No.
Oh, I am putting on my full armored suit.
Okay.
The
So you
back
have
suit.
your advanced
Yeah,
battle dress
I have-
on?
I
we
would
suspect
also-
cold damage, so, or, you know.
Yeah,
Backseat for me.
Can Nova tell us the atmosphere before we leave?
Yeah.
Preliminary scans show oxygen levels minimal, but nominal. there is light gravity.
So there's oxygen,
Temperatures.
but
Temperature's
Sorry.
reading nominal. So you get the idea that there is oxygen, but it's light.
But you also remember that in the distress signal, they said that. Where was it?
I'll catch it if I do this.
Multiple breaches, subsector 3,
okay.
critical condition. There is compromised containment, energy levels low. There's an energy instability as well. There are certain parts of it that you guys didn't get, but you guys also didn't try to sort of dig deeper into the message to kind of clean things up.
Right.
I don't know if this was
My-
answered. I'm sorry. Could we tell how old the message was?
From what you guys know, it was about a week old.
Yeah.
Then shit.
Mark Rivet's flashlight does not seem to be working.
Uh-oh.
Last thing I would tell the crew is just, yes, oxygen would be good, but there is still oxygen on the ship, so conserve where you feel comfortable, but be ready to, seal your suits at a moment's notice if you're not going full coverage.
Did the color of the suits matter, Mark? I know there were a couple different versions.
No, I believe the red suit would have been for Case, but that's a vac suit, but he has his own sort of battle gear that he's putting on. The blue suit is being worn by the doctor if he's wearing his vac suit, to kind of show that he's the medic.
I have like a red cross on my shoulder.
You'd probably have, you and Rivet probably have two of the white suits, and the two orange suits would match the orange rings on Lita and Zach.
Okay.
And I mean, you look around you as you guys sort of step out for the first time. You sort of tap the atmosphere, and it's one where you can sort of like jump, and you'll float for a bit and land back down. But you do stick to it. Not really a mag boot situation, but it, wouldn't hurt.
Low gravity, not zero gravity.
You have the feeling, you guys have experienced this before, that the life support systems have kind of been lowered, as if like they've been powered down to keep other things active.
Yeah.
This sort of oxygen level would be like normal oxygen level would be the coast, and then you guys are experiencing like Rocky Mountain high, mile high oxygen. Like, definitely not used to it. It's light. If you were breathing this on your own without the aid of an oxygen tank, you might feel lightheaded.
Heavy breathing.
Yeah.
So I'm using like the ninja mask to show I'm in a vac suit.
Same.
I do have a thing. Is this a good time to take a small break? I was wanted to use the restroom and grab something to drink.
Sure, we can definitely take a small break.
Quick question. I guess I could look it up. Do you know how many hours a vac suit has air for?
12 hours.
12. Yeah.
Okay. So I was gonna put a 12 on my little ninja mask to represent a countdown of how much air I have.
I think
And
you
to
can only
answer-
go up to 9.
And
Oh,
to
is it?
answer another question that you guys might ask, if you
Yeah.
look over to the sides, you do see that there are refilling stations for oxygen tanks. You
Does
see that
it-
there are
Is that
there are
what those green-
depositories.
Is that the green or the blues?
Just the greens. The blues are safety lights that seem to be around what look to be like an industrial lift.
And I assume these show that they do have oxygen in them.
Yes, they all have oxygen. You do see that there are like receptacles for helium-3. You guys could fill your ship up while you're here, but there's also other exotic canisters that you guys aren't sure what they are yet until you give them another closer inspection.
He's assuming we're going to survive to get on our ship.
Well, at least he's giving us a way to get off this ship if we need it.
Hey,
Yeah.
hey, we've always made it back to the ship.
Yep.
Some of
let's
us.
Let's take a break, and we'll come back in like 10 minutes. Okay. What would you guys like to do? Nexus, I know that you said you wanted to kind of zero in on any sort of console. You can actually just see just maybe at the tip of your vision some lights kind of flickering in this area.
Yeah, I'm gonna
straight ahead.
Zoom out of my screen a little bit because I want to see where we were, and I will walk forward slowly. But I did not see your ping. Okay.
Good. Right at where the darkness starts.
So I'm slowly making my way.
You guys sort of make your way forward. You see to the left and right these massive industrial lifts. You imagine that this is probably how they send cargo throughout the entire area, maybe down to the lower levels. And you see what seems to be like a very basic docking setup. There are inserts for terminal jacks, but I do not believe that you bought a terminal jack, so you're going to be hacking this the old-fashioned way with your fingers. Case, you look dead ahead and you see a bunch of what look to be haphazardly stacked cargo crates. Not very professional at all. You try not to call it out because you know that Lita might blow a fuse if she saw something. Mm-hmm. Lita, you are looking at what seems to be an almost brand new P5000 power load.
God, that was such a fangirl moment.
I kind of want to have my diva moment and like climb into it. Can I climb into it?
Doc, you look up and you see that these stacked quite high. It's probably a 15 feet climb, but it's very doable with the amount of like foot and handholds to grab to kind of look over and peek the other side. Fletcher, you see a bunch of open lockers that should have held vac suits. All the vac suits are gone, and you see what seem to be crates to the right of you stacked before what looks to be a conveyor belt that moves through a very small area.
Warden, just to call out, Rivet put in the chat that she wanted to start refueling our ship.
Yep, that's perfect. So first you sort of head over, and you see the helium-3. You begin to pull that over because helium-3 is the main fuel source for the Solstice, at least for the sublight drive. And you actually see that they do have, I forgot the name, let me look it up. Let's see. They do have the propulsion, the electric propulsion unit boxes to replenish the ion drive for your Hall effect thrusters on the Solstice. So they do have that. But as you also look to the right and left, you see some other forms of fuel that you never heard of before. And at least you've heard of it, but again, it's only theoretical. But they have things labeled antimatter drive. As well as dark matter canisters.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I don't really want to touch that stuff. I've seen enough movies to know what happens if you break one of those.
I watched The Expanse. Don't touch that shit.
But there's fusion pellets, there's fission cores. They seem to have just about any sort of ship fuel systems that you've heard of and things that shouldn't exist.
And yeah, Mark, now that I found the control panel, I can do what I originally wanted to talk about, was just getting into the system to see if I can see what's going on with this ship and if there's life forms or any useful information.
1 second. For some reason, I closed it out because I'm an idiot. You sort of begin to access. This computer and this setup is a very rudimentary system. It's set up to be very basic.
You're sort of flying through, you automatically begin to pick up the different routes that cause the system to connect together, and you find that you can access life support systems, the engineering database, as well as environmental monitoring.
I let the crew know of those 3 things that I can access.
After you answered...
Actually, here, I'll show this to you, David.
Okay.
These are kind of... I'll just show it to everybody. So these are the node systems in place on the station, and the 3 that you can access, again, because I'm an idiot, I closed it again.
It didn't pop up on my screen, maybe because I was typing.
Yeah,
Is life support systems, the engineering database, and environmental monitoring. That's what this console has access to.
Warden, did you answer Lita's question about if she can climb into the mech?
You can climb into the mech. However, once you get in and you try to turn the mech on, the mech does not power up.
Okay. So, is there any way that I can determine why it's not powering up? Maybe it needs fuel or
you automatically see that it is drained of battery. You know that these run off of large ion batteries, and they usually only have like a 2 to 3 hour charge before they need to be either replaced or charged up. This one is just sort of sitting in the middle, abandoned. You almost think that it was left turned on, and it just ran out. To the other side of Case, there's also a hover lift. That too, there's no lights shining off of that at all. Completely powered down.
So if I find batteries or a charging station, I want to stick this thing on it because it might be handy later.
Yeah.
You know, if we have to load some heavy cargo into our ship, we can use this.
Case, Fletcher, you see what seems to be an airlock, but this airlock, for some reason, is open on both ends.
Can I want to do 2 things. One being, since I have access to this engineering database and it's the technical blueprints, mechanical schematics, being somewhat of a cyborg android, can I download that to have it on my memory when we explore this ship?
You did not buy a black box. Let me see. Why don't you just give me a general intellect check?
Okay. So I'm just going to click this button. And then normal. No modifier. It went away and there it goes. Jesus, I failed 3 in a row.
How are you
you can store the information, but you have to delete some of Fletcher's movies that he has stored in your hard drive.
Delete Back to the Future. He's never going to watch those again.
Wow.
What show was Fletcher watching when we were flying? You deleted deleted
Dark Side of the Moon was what he was watching.
Yeah, you deleted like the last 3 episodes of that, and it's like I'm never gonna find out how it ends.
Maybe Fletcher's favorite show is Cops, like an old Earth show that he just gets to out, and you have to delete like all 20 seasons.
Nice. Make space, man.
I pictured Dark of the Moon as like one of those. It's like a soap opera almost.
So I'll leave that choice to you. You can hide it from him and say that something happened during the course of it.
Yeah, I'm not asking Fletcher anything. The blueprints are important to me, so I'm going to just find whatever gigabyte or terabyte of space I need, and if I get close to that magic number, I delete.
Okay, you definitely delete all of the show he was watching. And you sort of begin to download the schematics. You get a general idea of how this is layered, which is this. So the top deck that you guys saw that looked like the inverted floating island would be seems to be the executive's quarters. Just below that is the bridge command with the bridge subdeck. You guys are on level 1. The main cargo deck below you is the main cargo subdeck. You get an idea, Fletcher, that the subdeck, not Fletcher, Nexus, that the subdecks are where the utilities and power systems are located for the levels. The main air supply, water filtration, everything like that is taking place a level below you. You have the living habitat, which is showing up with like orange flashing. And then you see level 3 research, development, and labs with the R&D subdeck. And that's flashing in red.
And then my final question to that was the other nodes that I don't have access to, would I need to try to hack those to get access to them?
Yes, but you cannot access those from this specific computer.
Okay. So then, with that node detector that I have, 50 feet, I'll be wanting to ping, if that's the right terminology, looking for that that computer system that I can access when I get within range.
Yep, you ping. You find 2 other nodes directly behind you. Access points available on the industrial lifts. You get a faint ping just on the other side of the airlock there. Dr. Drake, you've been standing contemplating these crates for quite some time.
I've been waiting for an opportunity. Do I see this door?
It's not technically a door. It's the top that you have to climb to look over.
Okay. That's why I wanted to. Okay, that's what I was going to ask.
You're looking at all these crates that have been haphazardly stacked. You see a lot of them are labeled. One box says oxygen generators. Another one says hand tools, spare parts. Another one says computer and data storage, communications equipment. One says cultural media. There's 3D printing materials. You see just a plethora of different things that have just been sort of stacked haphazardly on top of each other in what seems to be a rush.
Okay, but I want, if this is like if this was built into some sort of fort, I would like to climb over it and see if I can see what's on the other side.
Okay, let me. You know what? This is easy enough. You're a very fit young man. Sort of take your time. Make sure none of the crates are wobbly.
Yeah, he is. Top. He's got those biceps.
You can go ahead and open the door if you want.
Oh, nice shit.
You look to the other side and you shine your light down. And you see what seems to be a pool of what almost looks like dried blood with some sort of viscera material in the middle of it.
We have, I will say over cause, we have casualties. Is there a way for me to climb down?
Absolutely. Nexus. Were you doing anything else at the console? You're just downloading the map.
No, I just wanted to download the map.
Okay, because I know you said you wanted to scan for like stuff as well as like life support stuff, so that you could have did it at that console.
Oh, okay, then yeah, I'll just retcon moving over to where I am. And then I guess I can scan the life support systems to see if I get any readings on the ship.
Okay, go ahead and give me a hacking check. This is a medium security node, so you can have this at advantage.
Okay, and I also have that God mode, which gives advantage on hacking checks regardless.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nope, not regardless.
Okay, so hacking check. I failed 4 times in a row. I'm not too anxious about this. And I'm going to put
advantage.
Advantage.
You're going to roll a 0. Just watch.
Quiet.
0's good.
Put that on intellect. No modifier.
God damn.
You didn't roll with advantage?
No, I clicked it. I'm sorry. Let me try this again.
It didn't roll with advantage. It only gave you one roll.
I know, but if you look here, just to be honest,
Yeah.
there's that. Move this in and select.
So while they're doing that, how long is it going to take to fuel this ship, or is it something I can like plug in and leave?
There you go.
I mean, you can,
Wow.
you can
Six,
plug
six.
and leave it.
David,
So, all right, there's the advantage roll. I guess the 6 is
Six
because
is good.
well, is the
David,
66 a crit success?
do you want the 6 or do you want the 66?
I mean, it's a crit success. Yeah.
I think it takes automatically. It'll take whichever one is better for.
Advantage
Correct.
roll, right?
That's how the book reads to me.
Anybody else notice that it's 666?
Oh, I
Yes.
figured it out.
You can definitely leave it plugged in and fueling. You just can't forget to unplug yourself if you guys leave. Now, to access the sensors on this entire floor from this, you're going to have to try to power up some subsystems, David.
Okay.
So you go through, you move towards life support, and you can see now where you can sort of up the power to the level to get things back to a sort of nominal rate. As you navigate through, you see artificial gravity generator. You see oxygen systems. You see all the stuff that you would normally see on a habitable space station. You begin to power up.
Yeah.
Okay. You begin to power up. The lights begin to turn on.
Woohoo! Did you turn on lights?
Yes, I did.
And then
I'm going to move myself
this-
fast to that station.
Let me do this really quick. As the brightness begins to turn on.
We see all the monsters.
Yeah, I remember this is when things went bad last time.
Yeah.
Is that bright enough? Do you guys want it brighter?
No,
I actually like it. You just dimmed it a little bit. I like the dimness, not super bright. Yeah, this is perfect.
And as the power systems turn on, you hear this.
We stop floating. Oh, we hear that. What did you do?
I turned the lights on.
And then
Hold on.
you hear this unidentified ship in Cargo Bay 1. Unidentified ship in Cargo Bay 1. And then you hear
Can I
this
turn off the
loud-
alarms?
You hear this loud. I can't read in the dark. I need to turn the light on. And you start to see the hangar doors begin to close.
Oh, shit.
We're being locked in, guys.
Turn it off.
You know what's funny? I hear everything, but I don't see everything because I'm on the other side of this crate fortress.
Maybe you should turn the lights off. I'm kidding.
David,
Nexus, don't steal us in.
Nexus, you begin to start. Oh shit! And you begin to start battling. But it almost feels like something is fighting back.
Like an AI, like something in the system itself?
Yes, and it is really quick.
Is there something I can do to give him?
let me turn that off. To give him some support with fighting back against this thing. Just knowing like military protocol and security protocols, can I like give him or help Nexus like give direction on this protocol will lead to this thing, so we need to counter with this or something like that? Does that make sense?
Fletcher, airlock doors close. You sort of move back as the irises shut.
Yeah, I'm at
Why don't
Nexus.
you
I'm
give
like,
me
what are you
Case?
doing, Nexus?
Case, give me a military training check. As Nexus keeps sort of fighting this. You feel incredibly
what-
outmatched, Nexus.
What stat do you want me to do that with? Combat, intellect, speed?
You're trying to help him with military sort of strategy and information in this sort of situation, so I will say intellect.
Okay. Shit.
Jesus.
Ooh.
Nexus, you're
Intellect.
going, and Case is trying to give you, like, have you tried this subroutine? They use it for anti-terrorism. And you're starting to type in these subroutines, but each subroutine you type in gets cut off. Like, you're not dealing
I
with
got this
Nova.
case.
You're up against a. Hold on, I'm drawing a blank.
You're thinking this thing has to be like second generation. Like,
Yeah,
this is
you're up
incredible.
against an Orion Dynamics AI. You're
Can
gonna
I
fucking lose.
somehow communicate to it, even if it's just speaking. I mean, I've got linguistics, but I basically want to say, you hailed us. You asked for our help. We're here to help you.
So
Do you
is
stop
Do you need a
typing?
hug?
Do you need a hug?
so is this
Do you
like
st- do you-
Jarvis versus Ultron in Age of Ultron?
Yeah. Do you stop typing as you begin to speak?
Well,
Are you
I
still
need to
typing as
communicate
you
with it. If I need to type it into the console, if that's what you're asking.
Okay, so you're typing in "you hailed us."
Yeah, like a prompt, sure.
And you see it sort of type across, "I did not hail you.
Uh-oh.
It is dangerous to power up the systems. You will draw him here."
Guys, the lights are going out. Turn them back off.
Nexus, before you shut it off, give it the proper protocol that we followed, so it knows why we're here specifically.
Yeah, it's it's the law. It was in that thing. The protocol is in our. Where was it? In our. Player
Maybe
chat.
you should ask who he is.
Yeah. With whom am I speaking?
More like who's coming.
So it's like, with who am I speaking? And you actually see, sort of on the right side here, how there's like this circular hologram image begins to sort of, and you see a head pop up.
Oh, jeez.
Max Headroom. Just kidding.
And you
What
see this
should
sort
we-
of, you see this face,
Oh, there it is.
articulating eyes and mouth.
Ooh, that's a cool image. I like that.
I'm Saber.
Saber, what is the threat on the ship?
Energy anomaly. Unsure. Viral
But the
detection.
light-
Contamination protocols are in effect.
And I'm trying to scroll through the player introduction here.
I was gonna say we're here on that regulation, right?
Yeah.
We're following regulation 472-A. That's what we're here for.
It is understood. I know of the order that Corsac Captain Wilman Gorman sent out. The distress signal. But it was not shortly after I had to power down the systems to keep the threat at bay.
Okay, I can shut it back down to
It would
prevent.
be in your best interest.
Are there life forms that need saving?
Yes and no. That's a strange question. Your life forms. You must be saved. I'm saving you.
By sealing
Beware.
us in?
You are a synthetic. All other synthetics on the station have perished. You are not programmed by Orion Dynamics. I do not see the safety protocols within you. And you see, like on the screen, it's flashing Saber, and it says security automation for breach engagement and recovery. So he's almost like a security AI. But he's talking very fluently. There's not a lot of glitching, there's not a lot of pausing in his speech. Very affluent. It almost seems like you're talking to another person.
As we investigate the ship, can I access your Would it be mainframe? Can I call upon you?
Yes.
Your functions, your sub-functions.
I think that would be in your best interest as well as mine. My interest is solely to protect this station. I've tried what I can, but protocols weren't finished, and I am stuck. Can you jack directly into the monitor? I can inhabit subspace inside your drive.
Sure.
Yeah, you want her inside you.
Nexus, stranger danger.
You can't upload another consciousness. You don't have the space for it. All the importance. We have important documents stored there.
As you say yes, Nexus, you also think, what could this construct possibly, wreak inside your body?
Yeah, that's true. It is also alien. I mean, it could be.
It's not alien. It was made by people.
I'm not an alien. My name is Saber.
It could be all bullshit.
It's an Orion function.
I haven't had the best luck with Orion products.
Well, they made that nifty force field.
Yeah, they're like 100 years in the future. We don't know what this thing is.
They also caused the complete collapse of my homeworld.
And you see his head kind of glitch and jiggle, and it looks at Fletcher. It's like, Planet Calum.
Dang right, Planet Calum.
The tests were not good.
You could say that again.
Warden, is this viscera? Can I tell how fresh this is?
It's pretty dry. Think fruit leather consistency. It's been stuck in low gravity. And you're looking at what seems to be bones. Give me a medicine check. And as it kind of begins to talk to you again, Zachariah Fletcher, Rosewater Arcology. Data number 172182245.
I have first aid, biology, genetics, and xenobiology.
Is there no general medicine check? Or am I thinking D&D?
You're thinking
There might be first aid.
I thought there was a first aid.
Yeah, just give me a first aid check. You're not going to be doing much healing, but you're using your medical expertise to sort of look over the damage.
Is this is intellect, right?
There's a field medicine.
Is that what they might have changed the name to field medicine?
I noticed, Nexus, that you have black market parts installed.
Yes.
By using those black market parts, you'll be able to find me. Good roll, Chris.
Excellent.
Whenever you see a node that flashes blue, contact me. I will meet you there.
Perfect.
And then it begins to power down.
Real quick, do you have a direction we should go for the people that are the crew of the ship?
And then you sort of see him look at you, and he kind of tilts his head, and he goes, "People?" And then the image disappears.
Perfect.
Well, folks, I turn the lights back on.
As the lights go back off. Dr. Drake, you begin to sort of push through, moving things aside. There's pieces of masticated flesh and muscle. Some of the bones have been broken open. Marrow's missing. There's distinctive marks left by teeth on bone.
Can I tell if this is human?
From what you can tell, this is definitely a human femur. You sort of skirt around. You see that there's another pile of blood. You see that there's a severed human foot. What seems to be a bloody handprint along one side of the door, like they were trying to slam on it to open it.
There's a couple of blankets.
Whatever they were hiding from or happening to try to get away from, it doesn't look like they got away from it.
I would relay to the group. I found what seems to be a human, what remains to be a human corpse, eaten. The bones have been snapped and the marrow's been sucked out.
Lovely. I want to leave. Can we go now?
There is a handprint and a severed foot protruding from a large. Is this like a large, like a warehouse door?
It is like a large door. You believe that maybe the power loader and or the hover lift would be used to go through this door to deliver cargo further inside this facility.
Is there some? Oh, God damn it! This is getting the best of me.
Didn't Fletcher say it was illegal for us to leave, Rivet? You need to, do you want a couple pieces of chocolate?
For some reason, Mark, I can't move my token.
Fletcher never said it was illegal to leave. It was illegal for us to ignore this.
I think there are consequences to leaving, but there's also consequences to staying and being eaten alive.
We investigated the distress. They told us they don't need our help. We can leave.
Okay, now it's moving. Oh, okay.
I guess that's true.
Case Rivet's almost.
They don't need our help.
Okay, try your
I
flashlight.
don't
see
think
if it
we
works.
can leave.
It's not
Oh,
working.
the door.
Not until we open the hangar.
So just to be clear, the hangar did not open when the lights turned off?
No, the hangar remained closed.
Okay, I just
you
wanted to
heard
make
him-
sure. Yeah.
You heard him say something about virus detected, contamination protocols in effect.
Case Rivet's almost hanging onto your leg.
There is a way to open the doors, but it would require powering on the power, and Saber did warn you that power would attract it.
Well, if we can't get out, we have to go in.
Nexus, it did give you direction on where we should go, correct?
He did not give us directions on where to go, but I do have a blueprint. So if there's a location on the ship you want to check out, I can direct us to it.
I think it said something about following the blue lights.
Well, the blue lights is just the access points for me to access Saber.
So we should find those access points.
You know that even the
we have
AI
an
is trying
airlock
to operate on low power.
Okay, Mark, I wanted to give you the opportunity to, the doctor just described essentially an animal attack, and given Rivet's fear.
Yeah, you can give me a fear save if you want. I mean, it was a pretty gruesome, like, you've all heard doctors speak about things. Like, they're very straight to the point. There's no emotion in what they say. Like, oh, yeah, you got cancer. This is the treatment kind of thing. So the way he explained it was very to the point. Yeah, you go ahead and give yourself a stress.
Is this room that I'm heading into like I just opened this door and
Yep,
That's an
you sort of
airlock.
hit the airlock, and you see that the iris slowly opens.
Doctor, I think we should head in this direction, unless there is a specific sample you were looking for.
Doc, you see a foot, and some more blood along the outer edge. If you kind of make your way there, you actually see that there's like a severed hand as well.
no. So based on the map that you found, if we go down, we go to the crew's quarters, and well, the level right below us should be mechanical, right?
Yep.
Where'd you go, Doc?
He's
You can't see-
examining. He's
The-
examining this area.
I'm role-playing. Doc, where'd you go? We can't see you.
Main cargo subdeck.
I'm over the fort of cargo.
Yeah, I think we go through the airlock. Because those two big elevators were for freight. So I think those big freight elevators probably go down to the main cargo subdeck.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
David, you
So,
get the idea that you see on the schematics that these freight elevators could go all the way down even to the R&D subdeck.
Okay.
You see that these ladders alongside follow the shaft for maintenance to get down to the lower subdeck. You notice on the map as well, it shows that there is a conveyor belt system on the northeast corner of the cargo hold area here. And currently, where Fletcher and the doc have gone to, where the doc found these sort of masticated remains, is in front of a large cargo hold door. And you see that leads further back, and that this entire upper area seems to be a massive storage area for fuel components and things like that. You know that on the other side of the cargo deck, there is a hospital area, as well as multiple storage areas, one near a sort of restroom, or like a, yeah, like I guess we'll just call it a restroom. North of the cargo deck, and then north of the airlock, where everybody's sort of walking towards, there is actually a security station.
Well, do we want to head towards the living habitat or the bridge?
I think the bridge might have information that we can use.
Okay.
If there is decontamination in effect, perhaps the living quarters may be dangerous at this time.
So I will guide them to towards the.
Dr. Drake, Fletcher, we are heading in this direction. I would suggest we remain together at this time.
Does this door, this large, does this large door look like has any damage? Like, obviously, I don't think something was trying to get in, but something. Is there any damage? Like, it's not sheet metal. It's a big, heavy door, right?
It's a big, heavy door.
Okay.
The only thing that you can see is maybe what seem to be scratch marks on some of the paint. You sort of look at the discarded hand and see that there is, underneath some of the broken fingernails, like flakes of paint. There's even some cases where it looks like they scratched into the metal itself.
Like
the door is locked and sealed. You see like red flashing lights on the side saying that it is locked. To open it, you need some sort of passcode, passkey to access that corridor.
So does it look like the hand is trying to get in or trying to
escape?
It
looked like it was trying to get into there. You have an idea that it was trying to escape something, but something got it.
Right. Well, the reason why I'm asking because I didn't see any evidence of blood trail leading out of the fort.
Nope.
Let's move, Doc.
Okay. And Mark, my flashlight's still not working.
Try now.
Okay, now it's working.
Nexus, you know that on the other side of the airlock is a hallway. Halfway between that and the main atrium where the elevator is, there is a security room to the right.
I don't think there's any human survivors. Whatever's surviving down here.
We've been on one room.
Well, I think he's guesstimating based on the scratch marks on the the walls.
I mean, if you were in a giant space station, you might run to the location and secure yourself. Don't be so doom and gloom, Doc. Somebody might be living in here.
You enter what seems to be a sort of security checkpoint / check-in. Circular desk. Will look to be like waiting couches on the north side.
Well,
You open the door and look in, and you see what seems to be sort of like maybe an interview room.
well.
Hey Doc, you want a couple pieces of chocolate? You feeling okay?
I don't. I'm good. I'm wearing the vac suit, so I don't want to take it off.
Open doors are clear.
Did Nexus tell us about that last comment about the security system saying humans? Humans? Like a question mark?
Anybody around it would have heard.
But I wasn't around it.
Yeah, I would have brought you up to speed.
There's a
I
bathroom.
don't think that's, based on my conversation, I don't think there's any living humanoid life forms. The only thing that's alive on this ship is whatever killed the crew.
And based off the evidence I found, I'm gonna have to agree with that session. I don't think if they are living. If they are there, my guess is gonna be in the high security up top, not in the bottom 5 levels.
AC reach a locked security door. No entry, authorized personnel only. What seems to be a bioscanner that requires handprint as well as eyeball. I was about to say rectal.
A rectal scan.
Yeah.
Retinal scan, yes, I get what you're saying. Nexus, are you able to potentially open the... Is there a sign on the door? Like, is this an armory or something, or does it say where it leads?
It just says no entry, security personnel only. Nexus, you go over the map. You see in the security room on this side. On the other side seems to be a sort of security storage room.
Perhaps there are more weapons in here that might be useful for everyone. If we can get the door open.
I mean, I could try to get the door open. Would I be in the console that's in the center of the room?
You might have to, because again, you don't have a terminal jack, so you are unable to sort of jack into the hand scanner to sort of bypass that security.
Okay.
We're getting you an upgrade on our next mission.
Yeah.
This is a security systems. This is a security systems hack, which is a very high level security. This will be made at disadvantage.
Jesus Christ.
So your God mode will cancel out the disadvantage.
Right.
So it'll be a regular hacking check.
You got it. You can't fail 5 in a row.
Well,
I just jinxed you. I'm sorry.
here it comes.
And at dawn. At one point.
I don't get it, man.
I got more bad news for you guys. A failure using my God mode before stress. I'm up to 9 stress.
Yep. I need you to make a panic check for me, please.
Are we... we're all fucking nearby the robot, aren't we?
Mm-hmm.
Robots
So
do
when the robot
fear.
That's
Like-
fear saves made by...
Yeah, panic and fear is different.
Okay.
Okay.
I think when a Marine panics, everybody has to.
Oh,
like,
you're right.
panic.
It's Marine.
And what was the panic check again? It's
2d10, and you have to roll higher than your stress.
yeah. So you have to roll higher than 9.
So just do the slash roll. 2d10, you said?
I'm double checking with the new rules, but it might be the same.
The panic check is D20. It's the only D20 you use in the new rules.
Because I don't see a panic button on the...
Yeah, it's a D20 now.
I wish
it
it was-
Yeah. Look at
You
that.
can just use the little die on the left.
Oh, yeah.
I wish my character sheet had a panic button.
All right. So just one d20.
Just click a d20, yeah.
You have to roll higher than a 9.
So you can.
Hey, that's a crit.
You do not panic. And not panicking, you notice immediately the security subsystem kick into effect. There seems to be a security response.
A security response?
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm going to use this just because I don't know if I'll get to use it at some point. I have a snooze button which will ignore one network security response.
Mm-hmm. So by failing that hack into the security system to open the door, you triggered a security system response. You don't know what that response is, but immediately you saw it and instinctively you decided to run your snooze button protocol. If you choose to use it, you will use up that snooze button, and the response will be canceled.
Yeah, guys, I'm tapped out. I've crit failed 6 rolls, so...
Well, they're not all crit fails.
Well, yeah.
You did fail.
Yeah,
But
just
you
to
gotta
let you know, that's normal.
What that means, but it doesn't sound good.
It means that when you have to make a panic check, you have to roll that or higher.
Well, I'm saying is that
less likely it is to succeed.
if you have a 50 skill, you have a 50% chance of failing.
Right. No, I'm just surprised that we're rolling against his highest stat, and he's failed that many times in a row.
Do you want me to scan you again?
Imagine if he didn't have God mode, he would have had to take advantage.
I think Dr. Drake is infected.
I think Dr. Drake is allergic to dogs.
He's allergic to
please don't tell me there are dogs here.
Sorry, Case, I couldn't get it open. And I think I want to take the ship and we just call it a day.
Well, regardless, we have to continue forward until we can open the hangar. I say we make for the breach in the meantime.
And you notice that those of you standing around the corners, as soon as the response was stripped before he was able to cancel it out, you see that there is a sort of shifting in the ceiling plates there that sort of settle.
Almost had some auto turrets come out and kill us.
All right, Nexus. I want to take my
I'll stop Fletcher here.
My wrench, and I want to bash Nexus on the back of his head with my wrench. But I don't necessarily want to make an attack. I just want to he's an android, right? So I'm just gonna like you'd bonk somebody on the back of their head, knock some sense into him.
It took 10 minutes for us to turn on each other. Honestly, I expected Case to be the one to turn on us.
I'm not gonna. It's not. I don't. I mean, if you want me to make an attack, if it's an attack, it's an attack. But I'm not trying to attack him. I'm just you'll get it next time, bonk. Like when you hit the computer and it suddenly works.
Yeah, smacking the old CRTV.
Right. That's what I'm. That's the vibe I'm going for.
Case, you walk in. Now you're in this main sort of foyer/atrium. The elevator in front of you sort of glows this blue, and as you do your scan, you look to the right and you do see that there is a body prone on the ground.
Doc, we have a body over here.
You sort of shine your light over, and you look down, and around the body doesn't seem to be blood, but this sort of milky substance.
Possible android body.
Closer you get, you do see that it is indeed an android.
Oh,
Synthetic body, incredibly human-like.
this is all you, Rivet.
You almost couldn't tell by looking at it until you saw the damage up close. But whatever brought this synthetic down absolutely destroyed it. You can see in the sort of synthetic res flesh around the body that there are bite marks.
It seems as though whatever killed the humans tried to kill this thing, only to find out it's not made of meaty flesh.
Rivet, you know that it looked like it was mauled. This is a ferocious attack.
Hey, Doc, do you know of anything that... I mean, can you tell how big this thing is based on its teeth and claw marks? Like, are we talking about a dog or a horse or, something, an elephant? Like, what the hell are we dealing with here?
You couldn't get a good idea from the viscera pile, but if you sort of look and examine this body at the bite marks...
I do have biology.
Sorry, I should have said lion, tiger, or bear.
Oh my!
And I.
I could.
you don't even need to roll a biology check for this. You look at the bite radius, and actually, do give me a biology check.
Okay, I have biology and I have xenobiology, so I have.
Yep. Just give me a biology check first. But you're looking at the bite radius, the teeth spacing, size. These bite marks are human.
Oh Jesus!
There's something along the outside of the bite marks. Just not quite sure what it is.
Does this android look like it might have a security pass or anything like that?
Why don't you give me a cybernetics check? Do you have the cybernetic?
I do have
with
the
you?
analyzer, yes.
Go ahead and give me a cybernetic check with advantage.
Can we tell if this android is coming to or from this door?
Not with the mess around it. It almost looks like it was just standing in place when it got attacked.
Okay.
You're looking at its fingers. It didn't defend itself. It just got mauled to death.
It didn't defend itself.
Sneak attack?
Or it was the crew, and it is programmed not to attack the crew.
Rivet. With your critical success, you begin to scan, and you see sort of embedded in the wrist what seems to be some sort of security chip, as well as near the back of the neck. There seems to be a port with what looks to be a small data shard.
I must.
So a security chip, a data shard, and something else?
Yep. To take the security chip, you'll have to cut it out of the body. And the data shard can easily be just ejected from its storage slot. And it's sort of really nicely hidden below the hairline. You see at one point this was a female synthetic, wearing what seems to be a sort of maroon uniform.
Can I put the data shard in me? On my deck?
Sure. Yeah. Are you trying to glean information from it?
Yeah. Basically, that's what I want to see. What she might have been, like her purpose, if she was investigating something, whatever information might be on it that I can get.
Okay.
And then do we have the security chip, or do I need to roll to cut it out?
No, it's easy enough for you to cut out. You found it like the exact spot. You sort of have maybe like Fletcher or Lita hold the scanner in place as you sort of move the knife underneath the scanner, and you skillfully cut around the flesh, pulling it back, exposing the data shard, or the security chip in the wrist that would allow it access to certain areas. Nexus, you sort of take the data shard, you open up one of your slick sockets, and you drop it in, and you begin to sort of download and peruse the information stored within. You see that this was a not hospice, but like a hospitality android that was meant to sort of help usher, give tours. You do see like its very, very last memory shard on there. Show that coming through the large door behind it into the atrium, where it saw something that seemed to be in pain. Words flashed across the top, like in your eye line, like its internal HUD, saying employee in distress, possibly sick, immediate help. And then it begins to walk forward, and like, you seem to be in distress, let me take you to the medical ward. And as the creature turns and looks at it, it's when it stops, and you watch as the creature lunges at it and just begins to tear into it. But it's not fighting back. You dig deeper into the programming, and you see that the androids on the station are programmed not to harm anything within the DNA gene database.
Wow.
Of the employees. What you see, I'm gonna need a fear check.
Alrighty.
Is this?
Okay, so I like it.
Oh my god, there's a mouth on its forehead.
Okay, so I'm gonna click fear. Normal.
And then what's the android thing with fear again?
If you fails, we're all fucked.
Friendly players are at disadvantage.
We all gain. Oh yeah.
Wait, fear saves.
So if anybody else is rolling a fear save, it would be a disadvantage.
Oh, so
Yeah, if a scientist fails a sanity check, we all gain a stress.
Yep. And luckily, Nexus doesn't have the ability to project this image. Only Nexus is seeing it.
all right.
Oh, because it's fear.
Yeah.
You don't have emotions, so.
You automatically eject it as soon as the part where it starts begin to ravaging, and you just sort of back up. And you're like, is this what relief feels like?
Okay, guys, I got some bad news. Even if any of the crew survived, they're more than likely transformed by some alien parasite that makes them do awful, awful things to one another.
Actually, I'm wondering if it was an alien parasite, or if it's something that they were experimenting on here that did it. Like, maybe they did that to themselves.
Either or, if you see anybody, assume that they are hostile.
Will they be... What did it look like?
Horrific.
Well, I mean... Fletcher's pretty horrific looking in comparison to Dr. Drake, of course. But, I mean, horrific, like monstrous?
Yes, it had, like, multiple mouths and skeletal, like, skin pulled over its bony body.
Excellent.
Like some kind of flesh golem made of parts of other creatures. He says,
"Hey,
as to Nexus."
Hey, relax.
Nexus. The one thing you did notice about it the most was the fact that it was this sort of bluish light from its veins. There was almost pulsating.
So
in
yeah,
the flesh,
another
again, there was this sort of metal, kind of ingrained with the skin. Maybe it was an android. Maybe.
Yeah.
You're not quite sure.
Oh, and her last memory was coming out of that room.
Which room? The room right in front of you guys?
Yeah. So, because I did hear Dr. Drake's question. So, yeah, there might be something bad on the other side of that door.
Yeah, so
That's
you
why I'm
know
going
that
to the door.
she was coming out of the room, walking into the main atrium, when she saw whatever it was sort of hunched over, almost seemingly in pain next to the elevator. When it called out is when the creature turned and attacked.
Okay, so it might not have come from that room.
Well, you do know that this was the last area it did walk out from.
Yeah.
You sort of hit the door, and the large cargo door sort of irises open, and you see a very long corridor that seems to be red safety lights kind of illuminating the path down.
I would like to voice a concern, if possible. Okay, didn't mean to click on that.
It's a free
These
galley.
creatures, as synthetic, potentially partially synthetic, the Saber did mention an energy anomaly, did they not? Perhaps there is something pre-synthesizing, organic flesh with something synthetic.
You do know that Orion Dynamics is a cutting-edge leader in energy research, and the distress signal clearly said some sort of energy anomaly. Dr. Drake, you're looking at what seems to be very decorative, beautifully engineered plants, as well as what seems to be maps of the surface of Nixara, kind of like in a 3D topographical hologram, and also like some information about the space station on some of these other screens.
Okay.
Go ahead, Case.
I was just going to also add that there seems to be a connection with the blue light, and that makes me nervous as well. But
Agreed.
I will begin exploring this area and clearing each room.
You have noticed that the things with the blue light, for some reason, operate, and other things do not.
So I have biology and xenobiology. I also have chemistry. Do these plants look real or synthetic?
They look real. They look incredibly beautiful. Maybe they were made that way, bred specifically, but they also give off this sort of really beautiful bioluminescent glow. Purely decorative. There's no smell to them. The map in front of you is sort of like a LiDAR image, if you've ever seen that, like when they do LiDAR scans, and it shows like the topography of what's below the ice on Nixara, and you see it says ruins beneath the ice.
Ruins. Anybody trained in archaeology?
Yes.
Lita?
I am.
Lita. Fletcher, you see a door to your right. It says sealed fuel storage. Or the left, sorry. And then there's another room directly to the north.
When you get the chance, Lita, you're going to want to check out this map. There's ancient ruins underneath the moon.
And there's a couple of them.
You were calling me over there?
You look inside the atrium and you see these sort of topographical maps that show the surface area of Nixara in certain areas. You imagine that this is information that they surveyed and that they actually have been planet side or moon side.
Well, I see. So all these things are basically maps?
Yeah, you see these blue things here?
Yep.
The blue things are like topographical maps that kind of show the surface. Almost like LiDAR, like a LiDAR image when they go over the Amazon and they show the layers of like the buildings below the brush. You can tell that they're scanning below the ice, and you actually kind of read into it. And with your archaeological skill, you know that they're scanning through almost like 100 feet of straight ice cap above these ruins. Like, somehow there used to be a civilization on here, and then there was a massive freeze event. Case,
Okay.
Rivet, you go into this room and you just see that there are storage containers. Like a lot of the cargo is brought in from the cargo hold here, stored until it is later needed. Some of these you read say like, where is it? I need to get my cargo thing up. Effects and comfort items.
Sorry, what do we comfort items?
Personal effects and comfort
Okay.
items.
Nothing of particular interest at this time.
Fletcher, all these other rooms that you're checking kind of seem to be the same thing. However, something does catch your eye. You see that there is actually an open door. Lita,
I'm gonna-
go ahead and give me an archaeology check.
I'm gonna go back with Fletcher. I was in this hallway when the doctor called me over, but the doctor just wanted to use me.
No,
Doc, you walk up and it is a malfunctioning airlock.
okay. But what did you discover through the archaeology?
He told me that there was a civilization with ruin. The ruined civilization is covered with 20 feet of ice. So there was a freeze event that took out this civilization and buried it in ice.
Oh,
Oh,
well,
hold on.
he asked for a roll.
Oh, I didn't hear him ask for a roll.
It's okay.
Okay, I'm sorry.
It
I'll
just
take a
would
roll.
have been some more flavor.
Yeah, no, I'll.
Fletcher, you see the open door. You walk up slowly. You shine your light in,
Wait, what was that?
and you see
That was,
some dead bodies.
That was the mystery.
That's his jump scare sound.
Yeah.
Well, it worked.
Drake,
I
where are
know.
you going? If you're going through the door, go through the door, because the door's closed.
Oh fuck.
Nectus, are you following Rivet and Case?
No, I'm already panicking. I'm just kind of looking down the hall, giving them light.
Okay, no worries. You seem to see skeletons. Bones have been picked clean, Fletcher.
Fletcher, did you find anything interesting?
Whatever was in here took their time. Why don't you go ahead and give me a fear check? I think this would be pretty jarring.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Go ahead and give yourself one stress. As you're trying to wrap your mind around what exactly you're seeing and how this could possibly happen. And in your mind, you're sort of replaying this image of a description that you built of this creature. That Nexus kind of put into your head. Lita, you see Fletcher kind of take a step back from the door.
Oh, that bad, huh?
Yeah,
That's
bad.
what I say because Fletcher, like you look like you've seen a ghost.
Oh,
Maybe you
close
should
enough.
shut that door behind you. Yeah, I know.
Take that off. We'll get stuck on there forever.
Nexus, perhaps you should join us or the others.
As the door shuts,
Uh-oh.
I don't like that at all.
That had a Jurassic Park sound
That
to it.
sounded like a whale's vagina.
you watch
That's-
it open as this blue light sort of emanates from the door as a hand, metallic and flesh, at the same time reaches out as this creature begins to crawl out, looks at you.
Wait, who's this for?
Where's this happening?
Fletcher.
Look at
Oh,
Fletcher.
Oh
The door
shit!
opens and a creature
Yes, you
steps
guys.
in.
Yeah, I imagine, Lita, you're like, why don't you close the door? I close the door and this thing, like, pushes its way out.
Oh.
Hey, Case! Bring the bullets!
Give me a second. I gotta replace these tokens.
Blade, like a razor.
Okay.
Oh no, they turned into an R6.
I just want to make sure I get all the glue.
Yeah, no, I hate it. I mean, I like the discount, but
Oh no!
Yeah, they're
I gotta put that back on the deal there.
the deals with
Oh
people
no.
that they should know
There
better
we
than
go. Now it has the blue light.
Hey, I see the blue light. Hey, you're looking for blue light. It's right there.
I'm not near you at all. At this point, I'm following Pace everywhere since he's the only one that can shoot.
I think you guys prefer a strict initiative. So let's go ahead and roll initiative. So give me speed checks.
Do you want us to be in this too, or just that party?
I believe Lita did call out. And
Yeah, I did. I yelled for Case to bring the bullets.
Okay. So I don't know how we do this.
these
You
guys
roll a
have
speed check.
these guys have
Speed
horrible
is-
speed.
So highlight my token. Come on. Why don't you be highlighted? There you go. And then click speed. And then-
Did that not?
This doesn't automatically put it into the turn order.
I don't even see my creatures in chat. Oh, there we go.
So the way it works is basically, unless you turn voice off.
So anybody who succeeds goes first, then creatures, then and everybody who fails.
So I failed.
And if you crit fail, what happens? You just go last?
You're still in the same initiative order as if you just failed, but you only get one action on your turn.
Okay.
At least that's
'Cause
what
I
the
could-
old rules said.
That is what the
Yeah.
old rules said, yeah.
So new rules are you move within close range and you can do one thing.
Whoops. Sorry, I always
Well,
forget.
we'll see if I move within close range.
So close range being like distance. So close range is like what is it? I think
Well, it's
like
15 meters, right? So
15 to 30 feet is close range. So basically, you have a 30-foot movement, and you can dash, or you can do a list of actions. But you can do. There's no. It looks like there's not two things you do in a turn. It's
right.
you do one thing.
And you guys are wearing vac suits, so you'll be
Yep.
moving at half speed unless you make a strength check to move full speed.
Okay.
I don't like this game. There's another one. It's like the fifth fucking one. Where are they coming
Well,
from?
your door's open, so maybe they're coming in from outside.
Yeah, how?
Green's not.
I have to ask, it's like, is that in game or real life with bugs?
There's real life bugs coming in the room. That's
I'm
because
like,
we have
you
the
could-
computer lights on.
Just when you saw
I'll figure that
the utility ladder heading down another level
No,
case,
Not to save.
is when Lita calls out.
Look at this slut.
Can you guys add? You also just put your turns in there.
So everybody who succeeded by beating their speed score will go before the monsters, and everybody who failed will go after the monsters.
Do you want us to indicate if we succeeded or not?
I see that Rivet succeeded, and that is it.
That is it.
Rivet's the only one that succeeded. Case, what was your?
I'll have
Roll
to. I'll put
58.
mine in. Mine was a 58. Yeah.
Okay, I got it.
I need to stop using the numpad because that's what I set the sounds to. Ascending, so we'll just put Rivet up top. Affected there. Everybody else moves after that. Rivet. Leader calls out over short-range comms.
Okay. First of all, it sounds like you activated a voice as well.
Yeah. You have a new
Hello,
voice.
Captain! Captain Spear, are you safe?
You're
No,
the,
it's dark and scary.
Hi, Bubba. Okay, there we go. Sorry.
I don't know if there's a whole action order, but I'm gonna ready my action to follow Case where he goes.
Okay,
I'm not
we can
gonna go
with
run
that.
on off on myself.
All right, so it is the first infected's turn. Bubba, what's up, buddy? You gotta go outside? Give me 1 second.
I like that they give all the playtesters credit, like on the first page.
yeah. Nice.
I also want to know who Cody and Onsmith are. They his kids?
Yeah, so for the first time now, Drake, Lita, Fletcher, you're seeing the monsters that Nexus described, and they are
Lisa.
just as horrible.
I know that Fletcher made a fear save for the bodies, but this is the first time we've seen these creatures.
It's the first time I've seen anything like that.
Why don't you give
I will
me?
admit,
Actually, why don't you give me a sanity check, a sanity save for
me?
this one?
okay.
Anybody seeing these? Anybody seeing these creatures? Give me a sanity check.
Is there? You said there was a thing about doctors' insanity.
If a
What's your-
scientist
what is
fails
your
a sanity,
Yeah, I.
Hey, look at that! I call it. I say, hey, it's pretty shiny.
Yeah, like
Oh my
Fletcher, you're
god!
like,
I
what the fuck?
succeeded. Oh my god!
Lita looks at it and she just kind of like, kind of just like laughs because she doesn't know what exactly she's looking at yet. And the doctor is like, kind of open.
Oh, like what?
You're more interested at the biology than you are, sort of like at the idea of this thing. And you watch now as it sort of reaches out towards Fletcher, and it tries to bite him through his suit.
Oh Jesus!
It's beginning to gnaw at your suit, Fletcher, as you begin to sort of push it away. It's not puncturing it yet, but it's that odd feeling where you can kind of feel it chewing through the. You can feel the
you
teeth
have 14
through
before
the
you
fabric.
gain a wound.
Oh.
And when you have 3 wounds, you start making death saves.
The second one is going to come to the door. This one does hit. It actually punctures your suit. What's the AP? Is it a 7? Is
I should have made my vampires have reflexes.
it a 7 on a vac suit?
10. Body 8.
I'm looking up right now.
Let's see. Vac suit, 3 AP.
Yeah. So it doesn't puncture it, which is good.
Yeah, it doesn't puncture it.
Cyberpunk?
And what you're seeing, though, as you see it bite down in the area where your collarbone should be, you sort of push it away, and you see the saliva that it leaves these traces of these blue particles, along with it that kind of stick to your suit.
Gross.
So yeah, you take no damage.
But I can see that it's got it left impressions of its teeth.
Case.
So it says if you can move somewhere if you just run, you can move somewhere within long range. And long range is 50 to 300 feet. So do we want to treat it just like a double move where it's like if short range is 30 feet, then long range a run would be like 16?
Sure, let's do that. But do look that your advanced battle dress gives you disadvantage on your speed. So you're half speed.
Okay, so
So
I
your
will be
long
moving
range-
slower.
Your long range would be 30 feet if we're going to do the 30-60 for a run.
Okay. Can do. 30. And I will begin marching my way down.
So Rivet's action was to follow case. Is in the new? Is there just like 30, 60 movement, or is it still like your speed score?
It's your speed, but halved. Because your vac suit also halves your speed.
So that would give me a movement of 22. So I just can't keep up with him.
And it kind of makes sense. He does have a longer stride than you as you're sort of trying to keep up in your suit. Okay, Case is going to move. Lita. You're seeing these creatures now beginning to sort of crawl onto Fletcher, try to cling to him, and they're trying to bite him.
So, because I crit failed my speed, I can only do one thing, right?
There's only one action in general. There's no, that was an old rule. So new rules are you can move within close range, which is 30 feet, and you can do an action.
Okay. Well, I'm already within close range, it seems.
Yes.
And my nail gun that I did bring with me is also a close range weapon. I'm going to double check, but I think that's the case.
Yeah, I think it's only like 15 feet.
Nail gun, close range.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I can shoot it with my nail gun from here.
You can.
Okay. So I'm going to do that. I pull my nail gun out of my tool belt, and I say, I'm gonna help you, Fletcher. Just hold on. And I'm gonna shoot it.
Drive hammered. Get nailed.
Get nailed. But I don't think that's gonna hit it or puncture its skin.
Nope. It goes kind of wide and it ricochets off the sort of metallic walls.
I have 31 nails left, guys. By the way, I posted it in the chat earlier, but for funds, I have a lunchbox, like a metal lunchbox that came with my gear. So I keep my nails in the little flower painted lunchbox that I have on my tool belt.
Your rivet lunchbox?
Yes, my rivet lunchbox. Oh, that's perfect. Yes. Can I? You said I move close and then do an action. Can I move away?
Well, close range is just the designation that they give to movement now, or to ranges. So close range is you can move within whatever close range to something else, right? So if it's 30 feet away from it, it's 30 feet away.
Right. Okay. So I can move away. So I'm gonna move. I'm gonna just move back to the doctor. Hey, Doc, that thing's pretty scary. Can you help Fletcher?
Okay, so just to give you guys an idea, close range is roughly 5 to 10 meters or 15 to 30 feet. Long range, 50 to 300 feet. Extreme range, 300 feet plus.
Okay, yeah. So I basically step
adjacent.
back about 15 feet.
Yep.
That's fine. I just don't want to be within running distance of that thing if I can help it.
I like how they describe it, where it's adjacent is it can touch you, close range is it can get to you, long range you can shoot it, and then extreme range is you can hear it scream.
Yeah.
Okay, Nexus.
Yeah, I want to follow. I have a 24 speed. Halved is 12, so that's just 2 squares, right? 5, 10?
Yep.
Well, I don't know if speed is determined in the same way. It's just the way it says is just you move within close range.
Correct.
So, which is a maximum of 30 feet.
Okay. But treating the squares like 5, like D&D, right?
Yes, this one is set up as
same thing.
Oh, but it's half.
In your vac suit, yes.
In the vac suit, okay. So that's all I can go.
Well, you weren't crit failed, so you could. Couldn't
Double
you
move?
Can't you move as your you can move as your action?
You can move long range, which is
yes,
60 feet basically.
Yeah. So you can if you wanted to.
Yeah. Okay, so I'll just be moving 60 feet, well 30 feet, with the half speed until I catch up to you guys.
Fletcher.
Busking.
You picked the wrong guy to mess with. I'm going to trigger my nano blade, which I would like to say, since it's an energy weapon, it appears outside of my vac suit. Would that be
you mean?
acceptable?
What do you mean? Because it's inside a
I don't-
prosthetic in your arm, right?
Yes, I'm just
Yeah.
imagining it's like I Wolverine claws through my vac suit, and like I would really like to not do that.
It is. It's just how it goes, bud. If you engage the nanoblade, it's going to puncture through your glove.
All right. Well, I don't want to do that then.
Just
Okay, so
just
you're
to
just gonna
just
you're
confirm
gonna
the thing.
Wolverine it.
What we talked about it still works, right?
For you, yeah. Because you came to me really early and you had an idea for it.
Well, I guess I'm. Yeah,
Come on,
I
you
know.
got
I guess
patch-
I'll just
you got-
punch him.
You got patch kits.
I can fix your suit, man. I am a mechanic.
Okay, if you're gonna unarm, go ahead and make an unarmed attack. That is unarmed attack is it's just a strength check. And then damage is strength divided by 10. Blunt force. Just give me a combat check.
I don't succeed anyways.
Because they're coming at you like spider monkeys, and you're trying to get in there in a bar fight. It is a lot harder to move around in this suit. You're definitely not used to combat in it.
Can I move out of the way?
Yes. There's no reactions or
community
anything
attacks.
here, so you can definitely push off and kind of try to get your footing.
That's as far as I can go on one move.
Okay, Dr. Drake.
I have no combat things. I am not. So I'm gonna. So speed. I have a 44 speed. So what? I am in a vac suit, so that's 22.
Yep. So you can move 4 squares.
One.
But but speed doesn't have that same thing anymore, so you can move up to 30 feet because you're wearing a vac suit, so you can't move to 6.
Yeah, speed has nothing to do with your speed score.
Yeah.
It's more like dexterity.
Speed's like your initiative.
I like how
Yeah.
Drake's running backwards with his flashlight still on the creature.
You just flat out abandoned me?
I'm
Oh.
not running. I'm kind of like backing up and keeping an eye
Uh-huh.
on it.
He's getting in position for a ranged attack,
Uh-huh.
He'll be back before you can spit.
Nice, nice.
But
That was good.
I'll
That was a good call.
I'll stay there.
That was a Firefly line.
All right, everybody re-roll again.
Oh, I forgot we do that.
You re-roll speed every round.
Really?
Yeah,
That's interesting.
your initiative can change every round.
Okay.
I got a 16.
Speed again.
Cool.
Well, I don't even need to roll anything.
Yeah, you don't roll for them. Yeah. I would say if you wanted to, you could set them at like a 20 and then, or like a 10. And so we can go in order of like who rolled the lowest to highest and whether you're above or below them.
I keep using the numpad. I apologize.
What's that from again?
Into the Spider-Verse.
Oh, that's right.
That's the Prowler theme.
Oh, I crit failed. Oh no.
My number. It won't let me. Maybe. Oh, I have to probably click my token. Maybe.
It doesn't automatically update the turn order. You have
No,
to
I
go
know,
in.
but it wasn't letting me update my. Unless you click your token, you can't change the number in the initiative. It wasn't letting me anyway.
I just changed
Doc.
to 60.
Did Fletcher
Doc,
get
is
a
this-
crit fail this time? Like the same one I got last time?
Doc is a 60, 60.
Did we all fail?
I think we all failed.
Why does Case roll with advantage or disadvantage?
I disadvantage because of the everybody in a vac suit I think should be rolling at disadvantage.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, I totally forgot about that as well. It's okay.
So even with
Next
my
round.
armor.
Next round.
Okay.
Everybody updated their stuff?
Yeah, vac suits are clumsy, but they keep you alive in bad environments.
Yeah.
How far? Enough. It's going to use its Feral Rage ability. And this one is going to sort of get down almost on all fours, take off, and sort of leap. Lita,
Ah!
I need a strength save. Otherwise, it has you pinned on the ground.
Well, a strength check, right?
Check. Yeah.
Yeah,
No save.
I gotcha.
Or you can use a
Ooh.
body save. That'll work too.
My strength is higher than my body. I'll use strength. It's not much. They're about the same, but we'll try it.
Look at the state of her body.
Nope, that's not going to do it.
It hits you like a ton of bricks, and it
Oh,
has you
guys.
pinned. It has you pinned down on the ground. The second one.
I am like the size of a chicken nugget, guys. It can just eat me in one gulp. You got to save me.
The second one is going to use its Feral Leap ability. Landing adjacent. It's going to bite you at advantage.
Oh, geez.
Oh, now I'm not good enough for you, are you?
I'm going to have a wound. Maybe not. I have the highest health of anybody in the party.
I have 20 health.
Yeah,
Oh,
Lita,
never
you're the
mind.
tank. You're the tank.
And you bring... You know, literally, dog, you feel really fucking bad.
It cannot get through your suit, but again, you feel the teeth pressing
Oh,
through
no.
the material.
Oh no, I'm sufficiently. If I was, I could be panicking. This could be a panic.
Give me a fear check.
I would
Give me
love
a
to
fear
give you.
save.
I'm scared already, and I haven't even been bit yet. There's two things crawling all over me.
And it's like, imagine like a newborn baby chewing on your finger. That feeling is what you're feeling coming through the suit.
Oh shit, that's a fail.
Okay, go ahead and give yourself 1 point of stress. And you guys over the comms now are beginning to hear Lita scream. And Fletcher's like, no, over here, trying to draw these things toward him.
Thank you for being my hero, Fletcher.
I'm
All right,
not a
I've got
fighter.
it. My current stress is at 3. That was my first stress of the mission, guys. I don't like being jumped.
Okay,
Unless
you
it's
need
by
to
the
move it.
doctor.
You need to move it. Lita needs her chocolate.
Yes,
Yeah,
I need my.
I move
Can't
60
you
or
shoot it?
30 feet, so that's all I can move.
Well, can't you shoot it?
Not behind a closed door.
Lita.
Oh shit! All right. I would like to.
You'll have to use an action to stand up if you'd like to stand up.
Yeah. Can I just crawl away from them?
You can. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm just gonna squirm and crawl away. And then
Give me one quick just combat.
Yep.
Hit the combat button really fast.
hit the combat button. Okay, I see it.
Just combat normal.
Yep.
You sort of kick up at it, and it like moves its head to the side. and it tries to like clamp down on your ankle as you pull your leg back, and you just begin to like walk away as fast as you can.
Okay.
I wanted you to kick him in the face, like Mary.
Yeah,
did.
no, I like that flavor. I am gonna, and I'll stay prone. I'm only gonna move like 2 squares away, because I'm crawling. And then I'm gonna just take a shot at the closest one with my nail gun, and see if I can get lucky. So let's. I mean, I'm not trained in combat, so this is all desperation here. And I miss again. These things are quick.
You've fought. You know, you've been in some scraps on the ship. There have been times when you guys have been raided by pirates, and then in that case, Pace and Fletcher have like put the hammer down. But this is something completely different, completely alien. You've never experienced anything like this. This isn't happening. This isn't true. Why is this happening to me?
Yeah. We can go back to the ship now, guys.
I said that
Rivet.
a long time ago.
Rivet's gonna be my hero. Come save me, Rivet.
It's taken a long time to get down this really long hallway.
It is a really long hallway.
30 feet. So, I did my move. That's where I will be.
Drake. He's gone.
That was 20. So
He closed the door behind him. He didn't let it close by itself. Oh, dastardly!
I think that I don't know. I can't. The hell. Okay.
That's all your movement.
I think that's all my.
Close the
movement.
door.
Yep.
All right, Fletcher.
All right, Nano Blade.
It's time.
Describe your blade. How does it come out? Does it come out like from the top of your forearm? Does it extend like Wolverine style out of like one of your knuckles, like Deadpool in the Wolverine movie? Or
Jesus. Grab me a tissue. There's a big ass bug on the back side of this wall.
delicious.
I was thinking maybe
Hurry up.
like like the Predator, where it comes out from the top of his arm.
Sick.
Oh wow, that's like a scorpion. Shit,
Yeah.
Where'd it go?
it's underneath you. It went back. It's behind your computer thing.
Oh, it's gonna die on its own. I crushed it. I ripped out like all its legs.
Okay, you take it down. It takes a wound.
Fucking hell.
The nano blade is just like the. Oh, gross. Just like the boarding axe.
Come from that thing.
Let's roll on the wound table for gore. You have advantage on your roll to see what you cause it.
Yeah, I kind of went with the vibrachety and went with the bleeding.
Oh,
Nice.
bleeding plus gore.
Yeah, I just did bleeding because gore is like massive like trauma damage, where the nano blade is like it just cuts you. So I figured it would just be straight bleeding.
Why can't I find the wound? Anybody got a quick page for the
looking.
wound table?
Oh, yes.
Wound table is page 29.
One away. Go ahead and roll. Go ahead and roll a d10. Eight.
Major artery cut. Bleeding +6.
Now is that a D10 minus 1, so that it's 0 through 9?
Yeah, technically.
Oh, so it's actually a 7.
Yeah, you roll like
Severed
a
limb.
D00.
Levered sim. Levered sim is much better.
Levered sim, I like it.
What limb would you like to cut?
I can't. I'll probably just
The
lop
head.
off one of the. I was gonna say that's not really a limb. I'll just lop off one of his arms.
And then the +5 is damage that happens now, correct? As part of the wound?
I don't know. I didn't read wounds.
Connor?
Say
Or
that
is
again?
it something that happens on the next round, the bleeding? Does it take the 5
bleeding,
damage now? Bleeding
I think
is
it
not
takes it on its turn.
Yes,
I want to
it's
say,
on-
like with fire damage, it's like on its turn.
yeah.
It says bleeding
This
wounds if
means
not
they
treated
take-
can quickly
they-
wound you.
They take 1 damage every round until the bleeding is stopped.
Oh, so
Yeah.
it's going
Well-
to bleed for 5 rounds.
No, I think that the damage is. I thought
It's
it was
5
the plus.
damage. Yeah,
Yeah,
so it,
so
it
he-
deals 5 damage every round.
With his
Bleeding
14,
1 does 1 damage every round.
Yeah, with its 14, he cut off the limb. It's bleeding, so for 5 rounds, it'll bleed 1 damage. Okay. What is buff? Fletcher, is there anything else you'd like to do?
No, I'm good.
Nexus.
Yep, just moving that 30 feet.
Okay, once you're done moving, everybody reroll.
Hey, how about you guys get in here into the fight?
I mean,
Yeah, how about you guys don't run away from us?
yeah,
We
your
didn't run
marine went in a direction, and only 2 people were smart enough to follow.
Disadvantage, right? Yep.
Oh,
don't forget
shit,
to put
you're right.
disadvantage. Come on, Connor, you're the one who reminded us.
I know.
Oh,
Yeah, I failed.
Fletcher's in the zone right now.
I almost got it. Without the disadvantage, I might have gotten it. Me too.
That's a pretty good disadvantage from.
That's a really good
I know, that's a
disadvantage.
crit success and a 4. That's awesome.
Let me change my number. D&D or roll 20.
How dare.
74. That's a fail. But it's not a crit fail.
Okay, Fletcher, make your move.
Since I tore through my vac suit, I assume it's gone.
Just
I
the
think you're
arm.
still wearing it. Yeah.
You're still wearing it,
It's just-
but
it's just
the
damaged.
the blade has damaged your. Is he right-handed?
No, all my characters are left-handed.
Okay, so the blade has damaged the left arm of your vac suit. It is no longer hermetically sealed from the inside, but there's like just a huge long gash from where the blade popped out from.
I'm gonna lop this other guy's up. I'm gonna just go in with against this guy again.
Okay. 33 hits for 9. You see that it's that. Damn it! Sorry.
A 33. That is a crit.
That is a crit.
That'd be
What
a crit.
happens on the attacks for crits again?
It depends on the
It
weapon.
depends on the weapon.
I think.
Jinx, you me a Coke.
I think I do another bleeding. No,
What
that's
is the
not it.
nanoblade based on?
Hold on, I
think
can find
the
it really
vibro-
quick.
I think I based it off the vibro shetty. I think.
Vibe Shetty
Retractable
is
nano.
anti-armor. When dealing a wound, roll on both the bleeding and gore columns, if it's based on a Vibe Shetty, which is dope.
Yeah, I did not. I just did what the wound state would be. I didn't add any criticals.
Yeah, it doesn't give a critical or anything. It just says that it does 2d10 damage. It's a retractable 9-inch blade, which can cut through almost anything.
Yeah, and I don't see anything in the attack side about rolling a critical success.
I think they actually took the critical success stuff off of the weapons.
I think they did too. You know why? I bet it's because they added the wound state. So instead of doing critical hits, you do wounds three times, usually before dies.
Yeah.
So
So
maybe
you're
we
actually.
could-
Go ahead.
So
What?
I'll let you decide, Mark, if there's anything for that crit success.
There is. Roll on the wounds table, please.
I like that solution.
Yeah.
Automatic wound.
I need to stop using that. Yeah.
That's actually really quite brilliant.
Yeah.
It's gonna suck when it happens to us, though.
So that's an
I-
8.
That's an 8.
What major artery would you like to cut into?
Damn.
I lop his arm off, and then this turn I cut into his throat.
Oh no.
So now it's up to 11 bleeding.
Okay. You cut in through the throat. On its turn, you watch it sort of like Peter, and the head folds backwards, and it starts spraying this bluish black ichor from its neck. This one is dead. But, because I'm an idiot, I tied all of these together.
So you're saying that only counts as one?
Yeah. Boom. So this guy's done.
And as he collapses, Fletcher looks up and sees Lita, and he goes, "You're still here?"
Oh, for now. I'm
And,
having a oh fuck moment. It's not good.
Yeah,
What the hell
that's.
is happening? Why can't I delete this guy off the...
Don't worry, Aelita, or don't worry, Sparks. We're only 2 turns away.
Well, if I can, I mean, I got lucky he didn't hit me on that last one with advantage. I thought I was going to take some damage there and break my back suit.
We still got 60 feet before we hit that door at the end of the hall.
Don't worry, Fletcher's got this.
The doc's going to save me. I know he is. We formed a connection back on the ship.
Fletcher, this one is going to turn. And he's going to try to bite at you. Something weird as it kind of zeroes in on your left arm. You sort of move your arm out of the way as it bites into the shredded suit. Missing again. Nexus.
Just doing my 30 feet of movement.
Are you there yet?
No.
Oh, you're getting there.
Getting there. I'll get through that door.
Oh no. I totally forgot.
Just rip off your vac suit. You don't need it. You're a droid.
No, this is my fault. I totally forgot. It's low gravity inside.
Oh, jeez.
You guys should be able to move twice the amount.
Oh, that's right. We can kind of bounce and float a little bit.
Long strides.
Yeah, so that's completely my fault. I totally forgot that inside the gravity generators were down low.
See, that's why we weren't at disadvantage on our vac suits.
Yeah, exactly. That's my fault. You guys should be moving twice the distance. Should be skipping, sorry. Case moved. Dr. Drake.
I didn't move yet on this turn.
Case, go ahead and move.
Yeah. Can I make it to the door with that double movement then?
Yep, low gravity. Go.
Okay, and then I'll open the door if I can.
Opens the door. You see a flashlight on the other side of the elevator. Dr. Drake.
Doctor,
Okay.
where are the others?
attacked by zombies.
Then wait in the main room with Nexus and Rivet. I will go aid them.
Rivet.
What's happening? Where are the others? I bet I moved to there.
Lita.
All right. I am going to. I'm going to stand up, which I think is my action in this game, since I was crawling. And then I'm going to say, "You got this, Fletcher. I'm gonna get help. I'll come back with help." I am still close enough to try to shoot it with my nail gun, so I will take a shot. Or no, I scrambled to my feet.
Yeah, go ahead and take a shot.
You can let me take. Okay, I'll take a shot.
Yeah,
You're the warden, man.
It's low gravity. You can hop up real easy.
Oh, that's. I guess that's a good point. Okay.
You can shoot them while you're floating backwards.
Oh, then maybe I'll float backwards even faster. I like it now. All right, let's try it. I probably will miss, but I might get lucky. Yeah, damn it, that's a miss.
Very close.
I'm gonna get close. That's as far as I can move. Since I had to stand up and stuff.
Everybody reroll.
And now, let me see, 5, 10, 15, 20. I'm still within range to shoot it with my nail gun, but I'm at the edge of the range.
Are we still rolling speed at disadvantage or normal?
No, this will be normal due to the low gravity. I think that's why I designed it with no gravity. I just keep forgetting about it.
Hey, wait, where am I?
Hey, that's my
Also-
first success.
The other thing I'll add, from my understanding of the new rules now too, is when you're making a stat check for like combat, you can add a relevant skill. So I don't know if Fletcher's been like rolling with anything in particular, or if it's just been straight combat.
I'm just hitting the attack button, but I do have close quarters combat.
Oh, and that adds 15, right?
I don't blame you.
Yeah.
Or it takes away 15 from the top?
It adds 15 to the target roll.
And then you don't get that with your regular nanoblade attack? Or do you have to add that in?
Tomorrow?
I'll probably have to add it in, because that's just my basic combat roll.
Okay, let's start using your close quarters combat roll then. And then that should give you the plus 15.
That's pretty detailed, man.
Wait a minute. Shouldn't Nexus and Case be higher?
Yes.
He hasn't sorted yet.
My bad.
Nexus.
You can get lost teeth.
I succeeded. I know that.
A skull fracture.
Dr. Drake succeeded.
Yes, I did.
Fletcher
Who else
also succeeded.
Fletcher succeeded. Go before Dr. Drake. Lita succeeded.
I did succeed.
Go before
Time
Dr.
this right.
Drake. Rivet's the only one. Okay.
I got it.
Now we're getting there.
There you go. All right, Nexus, what do you got?
Just gonna do that double move now at 60.
Well, you might be. Can you get with? Do you have any?
Are you trying to go all the way to the other side?
Well, I just want to be able to be in support if needed.
Yeah, go ahead. All the way to the door, because I was an idiot and forgot about it the first time. We're good.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, open that door for me, Nexus.
Yeah, you can just run up to the door and open it.
Don't
He's saying
open
that
that
your
door.
action is to run to the door and open it.
As the doctor's like, don't open the door!
So I can get all the way to the door.
Yeah, you can even open it if you want.
And open it.
Yep, I'm gonna do that right now. Hey,
Hey!
what's going on?
My savior, where's the doctor?
He took off.
Oh my god. We're breaking up. That's
You're
it.
watching. You watch as Lita is floating, like sort of moving backwards, shooting her nail gun. As Fletcher decapitates one of these creatures, you look now and see what the other android saw, standing in front of you in stark realism. Why don't you give me another fear save there, Nexus?
Oh, sure.
Since you, yeah.
Let me do that. You want an advantage since I've already seen it?
Nope, just regular.
You saw it in a video. Now you're seeing it in real life.
It's one of those Mother of God moments as you sort of look down the hallway and see this thing.
I passed.
With the 2 straight successes upon seeing these creatures, one in the video and one in here, go ahead and remove 1 stress.
Oh, take it.
Case.
How far can I get?
Why don't you describe to me something really cool, and we'll see.
So I'll tell you what I would like to do. Given that I'm in this heavy advanced battle suit that does come with a mechanized exoskeleton, I would like to activate my mag boots for a second, hit the ground, brace for a jump, and as I'm just before I'm about to jump, turn them off and launch myself forward.
Yeah,
I'm trying to like rocket boost myself out using the low gravity and the exoskeleton of the suit.
Maybe they have defenses you can ignore.
Let's see what.
So I don't know if that would be a strength check.
They use your. This is something you've done before on low gravity planet. Why don't you give me military training using your strength?
All right, and since I have that exoskeleton, I do roll this at advantage.
Yeah.
For the So roll at advantage. Hell yeah.
I say with that and that launch, you can get just in front of Lita.
Hell yeah.
Yes.
And then I'm assuming
Okay.
that'll take my action.
Yes, I'll say that took
Okay.
your action.
So I will launch over, land here, flamer out, and ready to fire on this thing. But that's all I got.
I don't know if this music might suck, but yep, the music sucks. We're gonna pretend that there's cool battle music until next time, and I'll add something, and I just totally forgot to do it.
Yeah, my favorite part is choosing the music.
Yeah, I just didn't think about it at all between trying to make this 8-layered map. The battle music kind of... Yes. I apologize on that front. Why did my turn order disappear? Shit. Come back. There we go. All right, Case, Fletcher.
Did Case need to do anything for seeing these things for the first time?
True. Case, give me a fear save. Actually, no. This wouldn't be a fear save for you. This is more of you... This is a sanity save.
Okay.
As you're seeing these things for the first time.
That is way worse for me. Just God in heaven.
Yeah, remember, if you...
Nope.
Okay, you gain a stress. You don't know what the hell you're looking at. All the theaters that you've fought in, you've never experienced a horror like this. You're looking at a sort of wasted body, sort of covered in gore. There's skin, what seems to be like metallic pieces of bone, like veins sticking out of the body, as it exudes this sickly blue glow that matches all the other blue lights in this place. Go ahead and give yourself a
Great.
stress.
I'm at 5.
Lita.
All right.
Hold on. Fletcher did not. You skipped Fletcher.
Fletcher. I apologize.
Oh yeah, my action might be totally different if Fletcher kills this thing.
Yep. Sorry, I totally forgot.
You're good.
Sorry, Jay.
All right, I'm going to kill this thing, or
Okay.
try very hard to.
Please
Go ahead
do.
and give me a close quarters combat roll.
I was going to do my nanoblade plus 15. I'll do close quarters.
You can do the nanoblade plus 15. It'll roll the damage automatically.
Well, it didn't give me a chance to roll any modifiers, but I think that'll work.
That'll work.
Wait,
That'll definitely
isn't a
work.
0 the worst roll you can get?
No, it's
No, that's
the best.
No,
The
that's
best.
the best.
You could possibly get.
Fletcher, go ahead and roll.
Another
With it-
wounds.
Roll a d10 with advantage on the wounds
That's a
table.
critical.
I just want to point out, I've rolled wounds every round.
Well, you are the new Marine, where fucking case is fired.
Poor case. He just did this sweet freaking skip trace maneuver.
Just
Alright,
in time to
double
watch Fletcher kill the monster.
So that's an 8. So that's a 7. What limbs are you going to cut?
Limbs, plural?
Mm-hmm.
Plural.
If it's plural, I will take out the legs.
You cut off the legs, and it takes a minute in the low gravity for the legs to separate as it begins to claw towards you. You see its neck wide open. Do you give it like a baraka to the throat? Because with that 0, it's dead. Describe how you want to kill this thing.
All right, I take out the legs, and in the low gravity, it turns horizontal, and then I just cut it, hamburger style, on the torso, severing the.
Damn, you are brutal, my friend.
We are out of combat.
And then Fletcher will walk past Casey and he goes, "Took you long enough."
And with that, that's where we're going to end tonight.